All right. All right, all right, all right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It is March 4th, 2025. So, how about them apples? I want to start off the stream by saying that today is our big tornado risk day out of the 3 days that we're going to be covering severe weather. Of course, there's been tornadoes that have occurred already today, but we're going to try and cover this for as long as we possibly can. The hope and the idea is that we will cover these storms all the way until past midnight, and so that way folks that are as far east as Atlanta and Pensacola and even some other areas further east could be able to get some pretty decent coverage. So hopefully you guys are doing well today. We do have some severe weather that is ongoing. We have a couple of cameras at our disposal here today. I'm going to move my Discord back over. And just a reminder for anyone, if they would like their area forecasted, or at least I can try to forecast everyone to the best of my ability, pin comment in the chat. There is a link which takes you to a Google Forms that will be able to allow you to put in something like your city, location, zip code. A lot of people seem to like zip codes and stuff like that. It's pretty easy to put in compared to all the other stuff. But while we wait for some of that, we do have a active tornado warning right now for areas north of Alexandria. I do believe, however, that we could potentially be seeing a new tornado warning here soon. This original tornado warning had some rotation over here near Boyce, and you can kind of see what we're talking about with the velocity couplet that we have. We have reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, and this vertically stacking, well, not vertically stacking, but this stacking of the velocity couplet is where we would watch out for the potential of some stronger rotation to be evident. Now, with this other storm, however, it's starting to try to wrap around as well. Compared to this one that was up near Boyce, heading into Creola and Bentley, the rotation isn't really as evident as it was before. But now we're kind of starting to see the same thing with our storm down south near Alexandria. Look at this signal right here. You can see the classic hook echo that is starting to approach into areas of Alexandria and Willow Glen. So if you know anyone that lives in Alexandria, Louisiana, it is recommended that you guys definitely watch out for this significant activity. I remember one of my first tornado emergencies was this tornado, this long track tornado that went from DeRidder to Alexandria, and it lifted right before it got to Alexandria. But it was in, I believe it was in early 2020, if not, it was late 2019. And this is going through a very similar area here of where that general track was. So definitely something to note here that these storms kind of follow a similar pattern, if you know what I mean. They just kind of go along and usually have a similar track of moving from the southwest to the north and east. The current track of this current storm moves straight into Alexandria here if this thing were to continue to stay somewhat relevant. And I do believe at minimum we could see some strong damaging winds, at least in upwards of 70 miles an hour. So definitely something to watch out for that. There's also going to be a new tornado watch that's going to get issued here eventually for areas of Mississippi and southeastern Louisiana. Whenever that does occur, we'll play the prob game, so that way we can have ways that people may be able to, guess as to where the storms could be heading. What's the worst tornado I've ever covered? In my opinion, just simply because I feel like it was rated incorrectly, it would have to be Mayfield. But I feel like Bassfield So-So has to be the second worst, and then Greenfield had to be the third. Greenfield to last year. Why is my family... Goodness gracious. Yeah, okay. I'll keep that to the side. Phone get yeeted. But other than that, as I said, a lot of strong damaging winds here. And in and along this line is where we can see our embedded supercells. We're starting to get into the area that I thought could be really interesting in regards to some strong severe weather. And that would be this area from Monroe all the way down to Alexandria, through Notches, maybe even a little bit south of Notches to Brookhaven, all the way up to Jackson, all the way up kind of to Yazoo City, and then back over to like Monroe. Right in this box area is where I'm watching for the potential of some significant activity. It's just if you can get a storm that is able to sustain that far north, you're really going to be getting some pretty extreme conditions. But a good secondary area to watch for some significant activity also has to be from the storms that are coming from the Gulf, moving ashore into portions of Louisiana. Eventually, we will get to a part of the day to where southeastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, as well as portions of western Florida will be the main risk for significant tornadoes. It'll kind of transition over into this area. So we're going to watch out for that very, very closely. But the only unfortunate thing about where the storms are at right now, besides the storm that's in Alexandria, is we're starting to get into an area with a lack of radar coverage. There's not really a whole lot of radar, not really a whole lot of storms that are present in this portion of the map. Not really a whole lot of coverage. So it's just kind of half and half to an extent. All right, we got a couple responses here from people. We'll pull this up here right above us, so that way we may be able to see while we play a loop. We'll play the radar loop so that everyone may be able to kind of get acquainted with the storm motion. All right, our first response of the day is from a person who lives at 71220. That would be Bastrop. So, you guys up north of Monroe currently are seeing some severe weather, some strong damaging winds. Honestly, though, that could also be Bastrop too. But honestly, though, you guys are almost out of the risk. The main line of storms is starting to kind of move on through. And when this line moves on through, you guys are pretty much good. You guys are pretty much done. So a lot of damaging winds as of this time. I don't see anything tornadic along the line. So that's the good news there. Just continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows. Should be fine. So the day one outlook update is 6 minutes late. Wondering if they're going to change the size of the enhanced risk. The day one outlook is... You mean day two? You mean the day two outlook? For tomorrow? Because the day one outlook doesn't update until 3 Eastern, I believe. Day one... Yeah, that's 3 Eastern. That's in 2 hours. Day 2 has already been updated. So I don't know. I don't know where you're at. This gives me an opportunity to kind of take a look at mesoanalysis as well while I'm here. So lapse rates are kind of a pretty huge issue here within this event, as always with Dixie events. But what that basically means is you have the rate of change in temperature over the span of a kilometer. All right, so what we have here is about 5 degrees Celsius to 5.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer temperature change as you move up into the atmosphere. That's kind of not the greatest. You typically would want it to be a degree to a degree and a half more, somewhere around 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer, because that type of buoyancy isn't great. Talking about the updated day one that's supposed to be posted, no. The day one updates at 11:30 Eastern and 3 Eastern. Or is it? Yeah. It's definitely 3 Eastern. It's that much. Because, first off, all right, if you go down here, it says Outlook is scheduled by 20Z. It is currently 1811Z as I look at my clock. Currently. That's what my clock has. It has UTC. And then 1630Z is what it was before. So that's 2 hours ago. So yeah, that's 11:30 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Now, when the clocks move forward, it'll be moved up an hour. So it'll be 12:30 and then it will be 4. I want to look at mixed layer cape real quickly. What's up, Allie? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see everyone here, by the way. It's good to see everyone. So there is some cape, some mixed layer cape. It is there. But the main... Oh, wow. It does increase here according to the models. Heading into Vicksburg. So, yeah, I mean, at some point here soon, areas west of Jackson... It'll be western Mississippi. West central Mississippi, I think, is where stuff will start to be a little bit more interesting. Okay, let's move back to our radar here. Check back with our storm that's heading into Alexandria, because as I said, this storm is an embedded supercell in and along the line. Let's go with height, see if it has rotation. Not really. A lot of strong damaging winds, I'll tell you what. We've got 7 regular severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. And then just the 1 tornado warning, which expires in 16 minutes. That honestly could expire a lot sooner. I wouldn't be surprised if we had no tornado warnings here in like 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, that's fine, Kaylee. Come in and out whenever you need to. You do not need to feel pressured to be in here 24/7. Let me tell you that. What's up, Kristen? Welcome to the stream. All right, let's take a look at the next location that someone has asked for a forecast. That's the good thing about the level of activity right now, as well as the amount of viewers that we have in chat, is it's not large enough to where we can't do forecasts for everyone, but it's also not active enough for us to be only focused. Jeez. Apparently, I didn't get great sleep last night, even though I slept in for once in like a month. Yeah, not enough to be focused on this specific area, or at least like eyes glued to it. So let's take a look at this next person here. 30040. 30040. This is Cumming, Georgia. They're going to be seeing their stuff tomorrow. It'll be overnight tonight into tomorrow. for you guys specifically, okay, we have, first off, the models right here. Top left-hand portion of your screen is where I'd pay attention to. That is the timing. And as this continues to move about, storms start to approach your area at around 3 a.m., give or take. Give or take. Yeah, forecast. Yeah, I know. My brain is functioning at all-time highs right now. But 3 a.m., that is where some storms can move on through. It seems to me like the line as it approaches you starts to weaken. Notice how earlier when it's over here in Alabama, it has a lot of reds and pinks. As it continues to move to the east, it starts to lose a lot of that definition. And so my main thing for you all would probably have to be the strong damaging winds that I would watch. My advice would be, if you have a weather radio, that you keep that on, whether by plugging that in tonight or having some batteries in, so that way when or if you sleep in the overnight hours tonight, you may be able to be woken up by it. And if you don't have one, well, that's fine. There's another alternative. The emergency alert notifications on your phone, as long as you do not silence your notifications overnight tonight, your phone will wake you up. It has the, I'm sure everyone has heard the tone noise that, you know, emergency alerts give on your phone, from like Amber Alerts or tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. If you've ever watched on YouTube, like tsunami warnings and stuff like that. So it's not too crazy for you to be able to be woken up by that. But of course, we will more than likely still be live by the time this gets here. We're going to be doing our night shift tonight. So, cool stuff, chat. Yeah, don't forget about Weast. We're not going to see my buns this stream. Unfortunately, no. I kind of want to go to Wegmans and get better buns, but a Wegmans that is near... the nearest Wegmans, I should say, that's near me is probably about an hour away. It does if you turn off the emergency alert notifications in your settings, because you can turn that off and not be able to get those alerts at all. At least for most phones. Yeah, doesn't seem to be too crazy at the moment, but storms are starting to move through Alexandria at this time, so let us do ourselves a favor and take a look at a camera that is currently in Alexandria. Actually, it might be cooler if we look at the Hazcam version of this. I honestly don't see too much wind with this. Looking at the tree on the right side. Over here, I don't see trees moving from side to side. So I wonder if the main brunt of the storm was already past it. We could have missed it. Could have. What if the tail end lags behind and slows down eastward? Would it give more chances of a tornado ahead of it? Yes, it would. So what he was saying specifically there is the two waves of storms that move on through if the last wave doesn't move on through as quickly, will it give more time for the first wave to be able to try and materialize? And the answer is yes. It simply is more because it's not getting forced to have a smaller time frame to do so. It allows itself to become more organized with more time. How do I think April and May will be this year for tornadoes? I think April will be interesting. I think May will be not as interesting, but it's kind of glass half full, glass half empty. Climatology is not my favorite thing in the world. Ever since people started calling every single year being similar to 2011, I just kind of was just like, I want to go home. I'm enough, not dealing with it anymore. All right. Delete that. Delete that. All right, let's do another forecast for someone who filled out the form in chat. 32, 57, 1. That's Pace, Florida. So Pace is really interesting tonight because, in my opinion, I do think you guys are going to be in the main risk of severe weather this evening. I really do. I think this second wave, if you will parallel the coastline. The main risk of the second wave will parallel the coastline. And I think a lot of your significant severe weather could definitely exist in that area. So let me see if I can find models. Move that there. Once again, timing, top left-hand portion of your screen, up there. So here's the timing. As storms move on through, you can kind of see a lot of these storms really try to materialize and even further intensify. First off, can I just say at around 8 or 9 p.m., Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, a lot of strong damaging winds. Might see some spin-ups even that far north. But these little storms down here that kind of just curl, just like that. These are the ones that I'd watch for supercellular characteristics that could try to produce tornadoes. Those are the ones that I would watch. And then sometime around 10 to 11 p.m. tonight, Central, that's when I think you guys could see your main activity. Fawn Spy, thank you. Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. Nothing much, Julian. How about yourself? Just doing the same old streaming. Looks like the storm is now starting to pass Alexandria, or at least this camera in Alexandria. I'll actually go back to this one so it's full screen. Go back to the radar here above me, right up there. See if we can identify some areas. We did have a tornado earlier that was near Fort Polk. So crazy part about it, you might not be able to tell, but crazy part about this particular storm is this weather station. Okay, there's a weather station right here. And actually, it might be better for us to go full screen so we can show you. There's a weather station right here that got impacted right next to the tornado. So you can clearly see this is where the tornado was. This was about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours ago, I think it was. And you can see there is some rotation that was near it. And as the tornado passed, the weather station recorded 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I want you all to pay attention to this area right here. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Sustained winds at 56. with a pressure of 997. So that definitely tells me that there was a tornado that was near that area. It looks like there are a couple of reports over there. Reports from Emping, of tree limbs broken and shingles blown off of buildings. So it definitely looks like there was something near there. New tornado watch has been issued, ladies and gentlemen. New tornado watch, which means we get to play the prob game. Okay? Prob game. If you don't know what that is, it's basically when the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center issues a new watch, whether it's a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch, they issue two different probabilities for the tornado aspect of it. The first probability is the probability of two or more tornadoes within that particular tornado watch. So in this case, it's this one right here. And the second probability is one or more strong tornadoes. That's EF2 or greater, or stronger, I should say, within that particular tornado watch. So the previous tornado watch, for reference, was a 50-30. Okay? So right here, 50-30. So whoever gets it right first, we'll give a shout out. And as people are filling in, let's take a look ourselves. Wow, very interesting. 60-40. 60-40 probs. So first person that got that was Darth Vader. So Darth Vader there. We've called you out before. Darth Vader knows weather. Can you imagine, as I said earlier, in a separate stream, Darth Vader talking to Emperor Palpatine and be like, we're talking to Luke, be like, Luke, it's a 60-40. There's a 60% chance of two or more tornadoes. Let's chase this event, Luke, and together we will be the greatest storm chasers of all time. Can you imagine that? I can't. Be crazy. The next person who got it was Maximus H. And then Madison Wheeler and Mike Matt. Good job, you guys. Good job. Joe Burnell as well. Good job, you guys. Doing good with the prob game. So we did that already. All right, the next location that someone has to forecast is 38,833. That is Corinth. So Corinth is on the northern side of Mississippi, as most people know. Corinth, Mississippi is going to see a lot of damaging winds, in my opinion. That is a new tornado warning. We'll look at that first.
Tornado warning for East Central Rapides Parish in central Louisiana, northwestern Avoyelles Parish in central Louisiana.
Near Collin and DeVille. That does seem to be the case. So new tornado warning over here, east of Alexandria. If you're in this area, please get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Corinth, I will show you guys here. So once again, timing, top left-hand portion of your screen up there. We'll backtrack to our model, show you all that storms don't look as intense as your counterparts to the south. Just a lot of oranges and reds. Sometime around 6 to 7 p.m. tonight is when stuff could start to really push on through. I'm really anticipating a lot of damaging winds. There's not enough energy to really get up that far north to be able to make it anything more than sustained. So I think you guys are in a good position. There's our new tornado warning and a little teeny bit of rotation. Little teeny bit of rotation here. It's not too crazy, but it does exist. They're calling out for this area specifically. You can see the greens are the winds that are moving towards the radar here on our Doppler velocities. Reds are winds moving away. So right about here is where they're watching. There's one right here, and then there's another one that I guess is right here, but that's super weak as well. So they're just trying to make sure that they're getting these warnings out. And yeah, you can kind of see where it was. This is where it was here. And then it kind of just gets taken over by the line and it starts to weaken a bit. So they're just trying to make sure that no storm is unwarned and make sure that people stay safe, which is good. What's up, Exodoy? Will Pascagoula, Mississippi get a tornado tonight? It is definitely possible that you guys could see a tornado tonight, but I think it's more likely for you guys to see some thunder, lightning, and some damaging winds. But you guys are definitely in the risk for tornadoes, as you are now in a tornado watch. And that tornado watch expires at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, that's right, Joe. You were right last night as well. All right. Let's get another person in while we go to our camera here. It might be good for us. Do we have any other cameras that are out in front of what's happening over here in like Jenna and Trout? Are we getting... We got a storm over in Jenna right now that we can watch. Yeah, there's some storms. Is there any other cameras that might be out in front here, at least in the short term? The answer might be... Well, yeah, there is. But it's not... We might have to wait for that camera to be in range for us to really see anything. So we'll keep that camera right there. Actually, you know what? Let's just put it up anyways. If we put it up anyways, we'll get acquainted to this camera so that way when storms do move on through, we'll be able to kind of see what's going on with that. So this is in LeBeau, Louisiana. This is northeast of Opelousas. Opelousas. Yeah, I don't know why my audio keeps cutting out as much as it does. I don't get it. I do not get it. We'll try that. All right. I think we did that one, right? No, we didn't. All right, next one is over here in Burnsville, which is near Corinth. That's so basically something that we've already said. It's close enough. Need a new headset mic. When you turn away, the volume goes down. That makes sense. I think it's actually more the placement of where my current microphone is at, so I think I'll change that here soon. Change the position of where that microphone is sitting. I've got a couple areas that might work. Honestly, it might not be too crazy for me to be able to do that here soon. If we get like a break, I can move the microphone, put it in a different spot. What's up, Squishy? Nice to see you. So yeah, we did Corinth. 39,851. That is Fort Gaines. So Fort Gaines is actually right on the border of our 3 out of 5 and 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale this evening. You guys are definitely going to get some strong severe weather deep into the night tonight. I will pull up the models for you all. So I believe you guys are, due west of Albany. So you guys are in view here. Timing, once again, top left-hand portion. And you can see as these storms move about tonight, they get close to Columbus and Fort Gaines right around 2 a.m. We'll be live by then, probably in a new stream. And honestly, the storms kind of lose a lot of traction compared to what they were an hour or two beforehand. So that's some good news there. I wouldn't rule out the chance for a tornado, but I think your main risk is going to be strong damaging winds, as well as some thunder and lightning. But it does look like it starts to lose out a little bit of steam as it moves over there. Well, just as quickly as that tornado warning was issued, it is now expired. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder if we're starting to get in range with Jackson, Mississippi, and their radar. It looks like we are. It does look like we are. It also looks like that cell that's near Jenna is turning into a supercell. It actually is a supercell. It's an embedded supercell. So it's starting to get into the zone that we're watching for, this storm right here. It'll be getting pretty close to notches here in about 45 minutes. I'll show you guys what I mean here with the radar. This storm right here, if we pull up enhanced echo tops, this basically looks at how tall the storms are up in the atmosphere. And with our scale on the left-hand side, you can kind of see the higher you go with your scale, the higher the storms actually are. So we definitely have a good bit of an indication that this storm here that's near Jenna, Whitehall, Walters, Jonesville, here in Louisiana, as well as areas west of Natchez, Mississippi, could definitely be something to watch. What are the dew points looking like ahead of the storm? According to a lot of these weather stations, we're talking the low 60s. Low 60s in front of these storms here in particular. Cool. Well, I'm glad I was able to help you with that 18 wheels to hell. I looked at those storms. I'm like, man, the storms, they look like they could try to pack a punch. But if you had my honest opinion, the winds behind those storms probably were a little bit more troublesome for a semi truck driver. So hopefully you're able to navigate through that safely. We're already starting to see some hail on this, according to the radar, too. Yeah, I'm watching this storm. This storm right here in particular is going to be the one that I would watch the most. Real quickly here, chat. Let's go over, before we get into specific forecasts again. I want to mention right before I say all this, too, that in chat there is a pinned message at the top with a link. You can fill that form out, put in like your town or your zip code. People like zip codes and stuff like that. And we will hopefully be able to get to your area here soon to talk about a personal forecast for you all. But for right now, the general forecast, all right, if you at least know your geography here of where you live, the main area to watch has to be areas within this yellow region here for today. For today, heading into tomorrow morning, right within this yellow region, has to be the area to watch. So we're talking areas from Little Rock all the way to Monroe to Jackson to Alexandria. Although Alexandria is now out of the risk at this time, so you guys are good. Baton Rouge, Lafayette, New Orleans, Hattiesburg, Meridian, Gulfport, Pensacola, Mobile, Montgomery, Dothan, and then it can go even as far north as Memphis and Birmingham, as well as Huntsville. Could go as far east as Tallahassee and Albany. So those are the areas that we are watching here today. And then tomorrow, the risk of severe weather gets kind of interesting for folks over in the East Coast. We'll be, of course, live for that as well, as the potential for severe weather does exist over here too, with another 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for portions of southeastern Virginia, central and eastern North Carolina, and central and eastern South Carolina. Right within that orange area is probably where the highest risk of strong damaging winds are, with the chance of maybe some tornadoes. But it would mainly be a strong damaging risk. Damaging wind risk, I should say. You can see here, in addition to your damaging winds, we also have the chance for some of which to even go in excess of hurricane force. So we'll be watching that very closely. We'll be live. We'll keeping you guys updated well into the night tonight, as well as into our event tomorrow, as it's going to be all over the place. We're going to be talking about severe weather for quite some time. Pull up our camera here in LeBeau, Louisiana, that is northeast of Opelousas in the central portions of the state. Specifically, if you were to look above us here, our camera is right about here, and the line is right about here. We do have a new report, new damage report here, at least thunderstorm wind damage report, southwest of Jenna, of 1-inch tree limbs that are broken with shingles blown off of the sides of buildings. So definitely seems as if there's some strong damaging winds over there at minimum. Could be a chance for a spin up tornado that was possible over there, but it wouldn't have been, that strong as of this time. Someone's asking about Holcomb, Mississippi. Or not Mississippi, Missouri. Holcomb, Missouri, I should say. You guys should be fine. There's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds that are going to move on through that area. I don't think it'll get cold enough for you guys to get some wintry precipitation. And pretty soon there's even going to be some snow over in portions of northwestern Missouri. So I'm kind of interested to see what all that could be about here soon. We also have some cameras that are up over near Kansas City. When, you know what, chat, real quickly. We'll talk about the severe weather risk here in a second. But I want to take a look at the potential timing of our blizzard that could head up into Kansas City. Get to 16Z run. So at 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. is when things could start to really uptrend. So we'll start looking at what's happening with our blizzard sometime around 9 to 10. And we'll check in with that periodically. Isn't North Carolina, South Carolina on fire as well? Those winds could definitely feed into them. I know southern New Jersey is, and I know portions of Kansas and Texas do have wildfires at the moment. But as for the Carolinas, I'm not too sure if they're currently on fire. I am not too sure. Aren't I in the 2% tomorrow? Yep, I sure am. And I already know I'm not getting anything. It's not going to happen. What happened to NATOcast? Haven't seen them in a while. They'll be back in a couple of weeks, I believe. They're doing maintenance on their software. What's up, the Shiv? Nice to see you. I definitely remember my folks that are across the pond. South Carolina is on fire. So then let's go take a look here real quickly. I'm very interested because what we can do here, chat, so we can go to our satellite and we can see specifically what areas of South Carolina is on fire. Let's zoom in. We do have some localized fires that are over in central Georgia, from what I can tell. See if I can zoom in a little bit more to that area in Georgia. So you see this little dark spot right here, chat? We're looking at the infrared satellite imagery. This is the shortwave infrared satellite imagery. There's a little dark spot right there and another little dark spot right there. That indicates a change in temperature. A little bit warmer than what this satellite is used to seeing. And so that changes into a darker color, which tells me there's a little bit of a wildfire there. There's another one that was over here near Savannah as well. Look at that. Let's try and move our sector over to South Carolina. There's also a couple of wildfires that are over in the portions of Tennessee. I see a couple in North Carolina as well. South Carolina, they probably had their stuff yesterday. Wouldn't be too surprised. They just issued this severe thunderstorm warning over here for Lake Charles. Talk about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's pretty much it. I don't see any rotation in this area though, but I do see, as I said, some pretty strong wind gusts. It's unfortunate that we're not really able to see how strong some of these winds are because we're kind of looking perpendicular to the radar with a lot of these storms. So basically what's happening here is the radar, when it looks at velocities, can only see stuff that's moving towards or away. Only towards or away. So when you have storms that are moving perpendicular to the radar, so it's moving from left to right, it's not able to see how strong some of these winds are as it pushes on through because it's not able to gauge how quickly it's moving close or away from the site. So all we can do really is just kind of say, all right, well, there's definitely something that's over there. I appreciate you guys being around, by the way. It definitely does help out a lot. All right, let's go to the next person who filled out the form in chat. Once again, we have a link in our pinned message in chat that people could fill out for locations if they are interested in wanting a forecast for their own area. No guarantees we get through all of them, but we will get through some. Someone asked about Gordon, Alabama. That is southeast of Dothan. So you guys definitely have an opportunity to see some severe weather in and around your area past midnight. All right, past midnight, you guys could definitely see some activity. So down here is Dothan. Timing is top left-hand portion of your screen up there, right? And these storms, as they move about, they will get pretty close to your area, very close to your area at around 2 in the morning, maybe a little bit less than that, depending upon how strong some of these are. Now, the one thing that is pretty consistent here, if we go to the composite reflectivity at least, is a lot of these yellows, oranges, and reds across the board start to kind of weaken. We don't really see as much intensity as you start to head east. It may be into more localized areas to where that could be at. The one thing I will say, however, is that it still looks like it is favorable for some areas to be relatively severe. More severe than most. So I would watch out. We'll still be live at that point because we'll be covering for the folks that are also in Atlanta too at 2 a.m. Central. We probably may not go to bed until 3 Central, 4 in the morning our time for us East Coast people. We probably will have a separate stream by then, but want to make sure that you guys get all the information that you guys may need. Let's check back at our camera that's over here in LeBeau, Louisiana. And I'm also going to check the radar in some of these other areas to see if we might have some places that we need to call out. Might be a good idea for us actually real quickly to update where my radars are at. So give me 1 second here, chat. As I do all of this. Cool. I think we are good with that now. this camera currently offline, or is it? There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it. That is definitely better than what it was. I do believe we had a new report of wind coming out of Lake Charles. This. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's a report here coming out of downtown Lake Charles of a roof blown off a building here in Calcasieu Parish. This is downtown Lake Charles, Louisiana. That happened about 10 minutes ago. So some very strong winds that are moving off over there. Where in Mississippi is it going to be hit the hardest? I would say coastline. Coastline to areas that are about 20 to 30 miles inland as you head further north. That's where I would say the strongest area for the later event. And then a good second case to watch out for would be areas that are near Jackson and west of Jackson, near Vicksburg, extending all the way down to as far south as Notches. So it's if I pull up the radar here, the two areas that I'd watch out for the most in Mississippi is right here, right here, and then right here. Those would be the areas that I would watch out for in Mississippi. Now, it's not to say that areas that are further east over here can't see some stuff. It's just the peak activity with these storms will be over those areas in particular. If we're talking specifically about Mississippi. If we're talking about Louisiana, I definitely see southern and southeastern portions of Louisiana getting into the main risk. Specifically areas near New Orleans, Hammond, Slidell. Definitely would watch out. Speaking of Lafayette, someone in chat asked about Lafayette, so let's... Looks like just some general thunderstorms for you guys right now. I do think when this line gets closer to you, you could be talking about some stronger storms, some stronger damaging winds. So I would watch out for that in particular. You're in Starkville? Gotcha. Yeah, you guys probably are a little too far north. Not enough energy gets up there. Yeah, don't worry about it, North Texas guys. You haven't really missed too much, to be honest with you. You know, I think really, if there was even a anything that anyone has missed, of course there was the one tornado that occurred near DeRidder in Fort Polk and Leesville. And then there was, I think, probably a little spin up that was near Shreveport earlier. And then there was the tornado that was near Dallas very early on in the morning. That's the only stuff that we have really seen today so far. You haven't really missed any of the significant activity, in my opinion. I want to make a point here real quickly with our live camera coming out of LeBeau, Louisiana. This is something that I want to emphasize for you all because in order to kind of classify or really emphasize how strong the wind is, look no further to our clouds. Look at how quickly they are screaming from left to right. And, you know, this is definitely a very active environment for some strong damaging winds. I would not be surprised about that at all. Take a look at the I-10 camera near Iowa, Louisiana. Very intense winds. Let's pull up the radar here for right now. We'll play the loop so that you guys can see. And then I'll try and see if I can pull up our camera here. Iowa would have to be one of these. I think we're gonna roll with this camera here for right now, chat. See what we got with yeah, this is probably the best one that we got for this. Hello from Washington, Arkansas. Sun is peeking through the clouds. Is it past us now? Well, that is a good question. Washington, Arkansas. Yeah, I would have to say you guys are good. You guys should be fine. I appreciate that, Caleb. Thanks for leaving a follow and subscribing. All right, yeah, the winds are definitely starting to whip here over in Iowa, Louisiana. This is just east of Lake Charles, where there was a report of a roof that was blown off a building. And we can kind of see why. We can kind of see why as this storm is starting to move through. Some strong damaging winds associated with this. I'm going to see... Yeah, that should be all right. Put that right there. I'm watching both trees on both sides. Is it going to hit East Baton Rouge? Eventually, it will. We're talking a few hours from now, though, so there's a lot of time between now and then. What do I think? Northern Michigan, specifically around Cadillac, Traverse City. When do I think they will get their first severe thunderstorm warning of the season? That's the one thing I will say. These far out forecasts are very difficult to make for anyone. If I had to guess based off of trends of just previous years, my best guess would have to be as early as late April. But May or June seems a bit more like it. Yeah, this is definitely a severe weather event. Can't qualify it as a tornado outbreak quite yet, though. Need a couple more tornadoes. But that wind is definitely whipping the camera around, I'll tell you what. It is not having fun. Leno, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate everyone who's came out to the stream here today so far. Let's get into another private forecast for anyone who has filled the form through our pinned comment, because we want to try and make sure that folks get some of their forecasts out of the way. I have no idea if we did this one already, though. 36343. Yes, we did that one already. Okay, cool. So I can delete that. Go to our next one, 39042. That is Brandon, Mississippi. So that's Jackson. Jackson's definitely going to get some of their activity tonight. I'll tell you what. Anywhere that's really around Jackson, I feel like it's every single stream that we cover in Mississippi. they always seem to get some stuff. They always seem to get some stuff. So you will definitely get some activity. If we want to talk about what specifically and when, timing the top left-hand portion of your screen up there, you can take a look and see storms start to approach your area at around 3 Central. They really move on through at 4 and 5. And then around 6 p.m. is when storms could really exit your area and not really be as crazy. So should be all right. Should be good. Do I think Tallahassee, Florida will get it bad? I don't think they will get it bad, but I do think they would get some severe storms or some strong storms. Your visibility is gone, by the way. For folks that were paying attention above me and looking at the camera, the visibility is gone. So Iowa, Louisiana, that is east of Lake Charles, visibility just doesn't exist. As these strong storms with strong damaging winds and significant amounts of rain make travel very hazardous. I'm really hoping these people slow down. Will Western Kentucky get anything today? I don't think you guys will really get too much. Is that a flash flood warning for Montana? From an ice jam. That's what it just said on the bottom bar. Jeez. That's what it just said at the bottom bar. That's kind of crazy. It's a flash flood warning. It's not on my screen quite yet, but how about them apples? Western Kentucky, I think they could probably see some just damaging winds, really. Orange Beach, Alabama. Is that 36530? Oh, so that's like Gulf Shores. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to see some strong activity here this evening. Let's move our camera over to the east if we can. Man, that one camera is whipping it up. So this is another camera that is east of Iowa, Louisiana. And you can pretty much see the storm on its approach. We don't have any trees that are nearby, but I just pay attention to the visibility here, chat, as this continues to move on through. And while I'm at it, I'll mention real quickly that Gulf Shores will see its activity sometime around 9 or 10 p.m. this evening. Iowa. It's pronounced Iowa. It's not a stream. It's not a Nate Snyder stream without Nate mispronouncing how to say a town name. We're getting there, chat, all right? I'll say this. If you guys keep correcting me, I'll get it right. I'll get it right completely. Thank you, Cindy, for letting me know. What about Montgomery? You guys will be seeing your stuff at around 10 and 11. Some strong damaging winds and the potential of spin-ups are possible. Look at the visibility here, chat. Watch it deteriorate. Iowa. I gotta tell that to some of my friends. I'm gonna ask them to pronounce what that town is. I can, by the way, see what you guys mean by my stuff that's stuttering. So for the people who are saying that my camera and my audio stutters and stuff like that, trust me when I say I understand. I see it on my side screen. I don't exactly know how to fix it, to be honest with you. I don't know. But I do see it. I do see it, chat. See if we can move down another camera. Yeah, visibility is just not the greatest, huh? Yeah, as I said, chat, it's not just you guys. I pulled it up on my other computer just to see. I'm going to have to do some research on how to fix it. Might be something good to look up here soon. So that way, whenever we do get into the peak activity, might be good for us to like pause the stream and then start a new one or something like that. So the tornado chances in Tallahassee high. They're not crazy high. It's right on the border of the 5 and the 2% chance for tornadoes. It's just not crazy. Yeah, that's you can't post links in chat, unfortunately. There's just so many different ways for that to be exploited. People could try and like steal information from your computer and stuff like that. But yeah, it sometimes it gets confused to think it's a link. It's weird. Nightbot is a bot. That's what I will say. What about Poplarville? Let me look. Nice to see that we got moderator Squishy in the chat. Yeah, Poplarville is definitely going to have to watch out for some significant activity today. Threat for severe weather. It'll move through your area sometime around 7 p.m., give or take some time. But what in the world? Why did I just get... Oh, yeah. I forgot. Could be two different audio sample rates fighting for space. Or insufficient processing power, which would basically be my capture card. Network issues causing packet loss. Overly high streaming settings, bitrate resolution that exceed your internet upload speed. Yeah, so basically I'll need a booster and probably something else. Is Polk County, Arkansas, done with dangerous weather today? That is a good question. I think you guys are. Yeah, it looks like you guys are done with a lot of your significant weather. At least pretty much all of Arkansas is. Cool. Go back to my radar here for the storm that's to the east of Lake Charles. No comment there, Squishy. No comment in the response to the DM. Looks like this camera is starting to whip around a little bit, though. Starting to whip about. What would the primary threat be for York County, PA tomorrow? Wind. That would be it. Is there really a flash? I think there probably is. It just doesn't show up on our screen. It shows up on the bottom there. Well, there's only 5 severe thunderstorm warnings at this time, and one of them probably will expire very soon. As we're now starting to move into western Mississippi. Western Mississippi is where we can see some pretty sustained severe weather. We're talking Vicksburg. We're talking Fort Gibson, Yazoo City. We actually have a camera over in Rolling Fork. That might actually be a good idea for us to look at. Let's take a look at our camera over in Rolling Fork. In Forking Spoon. Rolling Spoon. Does look like the severe storm is trying to rumble on through. Doesn't look too crazy at this time, though, but I think this will probably be a good camera to stick on with as we look at some of our other areas that we could potentially forecast. Did we go over this area yet? We did 39042. Did we do that? We did do that. Okay, cool. So let's delete that one. Let's get to another forecast for someone. 32583. That's Milton. So that's basically Pensacola. You guys are going to be seeing your stuff overnight tonight. You guys could definitely see some pretty sustained activity. Be sometime around 10 to 11 Central. I would say 11 Central seems more likely. But give or take something around then. And there is definitely some strong damaging winds associated with that. So I would watch out. Could be a chance for a spin up or two. It is definitely possible. No problem, PC. No problem. No problem, David. Let's get to another private forecast here as well. We'll delete this one and we'll head to Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Good thing I know where Cape Girardeau is at. Cape Girardeau is kind of okay, to be honest with you. A lot of those storms that'll be moving through that area isn't really going to be super strong. It'd be a lot of rain, if anything. Could be some colder temperatures that move on through heading into tomorrow as well, and it will definitely get a lot gustier. You'll definitely see a lot more wind that'll move on through your area. But for severe weather, you guys are pretty good. 24141 is the next one. That would be Radford, Virginia, which is near Blacksburg. So Radford isn't going to see their stuff until tomorrow. We'll pull up the outlook for tomorrow here on Radar Omega real quickly, as we have the storm in the distance heading into Rolling Fork here soon. So we'll keep that up. But you're in the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here. A lot of your storms, as they move on through your area, have this hot or cold chance of it actually trying to be sustained. I'll show you what I mean here. Let me go through the models, because it's kind of weird. All right, so timing, top left-hand portion of your screen. I will get a better model for us to be able to view. Here we go. Okay, so tomorrow morning, see how this line kind of moves on through, but before it gets into your area, it's just a lot of this like orange and yellow. So the answer to your question is fully dependent upon when this thing tries to intensify. According to the model, it intensifies right before it gets through your area, and you start to see stuff around 8 or 9 in the morning. All right, that's when you could potentially see your severe weather that's possible. Really, it's just a lot of strong, damaging winds, but if there is a spin-up tornado, it'll just be an even stronger gust of wind, more than anything. But yeah. That is basically the stuff that's moving about over there. I'll look at I'll show you guys Milton and Pensacola one more time here for you all, because this is pretty much the higher end of the event as this moves out. Once again, timing, top left-hand portion of your screen. Storms really start to become pretty significant as you head across over the next couple of hours. All right, next couple of hours, that's when we could really start to see stuff ramp up. Starts to get through Gulfport at around 8, Mobile at around 9 to 10, Pensacola at around 11 this evening. All these storms will continue to have the chance of producing some strong, damaging winds. There is the chance for a few tornadoes embedded within some of these storms as well, so please be sure to watch out. Don't be surprised if a bunch of Tallahassee folks are constantly asking. We had 3 simultaneous tornadoes last year, 2 converged right by your house. Wow. Yeah, I will definitely try to answer as many forecast questions as I possibly can, given the circumstance, all right? It's fully dependent upon if we have tornadoes in other areas as well. So it might just be like a simple answer, like Tallahassee's not seeing something right now, to as more complex of an answer, like, or better, I should say, of an answer of storms will be at this intensity at around this time near this area in Tallahassee. But it's fully dependent upon what situation we are seeing right now with the radar. And speaking of our situation, here's our storm that's heading into Rolling Fork. Let's watch it as it moves on through. This is Rolling Fork, Mississippi. This is northwest of Jackson, Mississippi, by about 50 miles. Joseph Cade with the Spout Spotter. Thank you so much for being a sponsor to the channel. Really do appreciate it. Cindy with the subscription / follow. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I know when some people hear subscriptions and stuff like that, they think about paying for stuff, you know, like money and whatnot. On YouTube, you can subscribe for free. 22079. So that's Lorton. Oh, that's Baltimore, Washington area in general, specifically southwestern portions of DC. That's like Dale City. That's not Prince William. It's interesting. I can't tell you how many times I've been down there for hockey, whether it's at Springfield or at Dale City. So that's pretty cool. But your tornado chances for tomorrow aren't really that high. Really, when storms do get into your area, so I'll pull this up here. If you guys want to watch the rest of the storm as it moves on through Rolling Fork, it'll be right above me. It'll be right up there. So storms heading into the DC metro area tomorrow. It will come in 2 different waves, all right? So the first wave will be in the late morning to early afternoon. All right, we're talking 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Some strong damaging winds that definitely could be possible, as you can see with the timing up here. Okay. There's also a chance later on for more storms to pop up even beyond that, sometime around 8 or 9. It is definitely possible for that to happen. I have not taken a sounding of these storms. I don't think they would be tornadic. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot of energy within those storms. So really, I think your main tornado risk would be this first line here. A lot of rain, a lot of gusty winds. I do think there is the chance for a spin up or two. I just don't think it would be super widespread. So I really think it would be more hit or miss more than anything else. Yep, no problem, Miami. No problem at all. You know, I think we might actually be seeing a little spin up here north of Grand Chenier. I think this is over Marsh, though. It is over Marsh. So they probably will issue a tornado warning. And if they don't, it'll probably be a special marine warning for a water spout. But I think they'll issue a tornado warning. So as I was saying, so as I was saying,
Tornado warning for northeastern Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
well, there you go. If you are if you're a crocodile or an alligator out here in the middle of nowhere, how many people are actually in this warning? I gotta figure that out. Do I still stream on Twitch? Not as of this moment right now, because whenever I stream on both platforms, it actually, for whatever reason, ruins the quality of the stream. So I'm gonna try and figure that out at some point here over the next month, how I can be able to get that back up and running. But I will be. And I'll be using Twitch more often for some other stuff as well. So that's not what I wanted. There we go. So, tornado warning has been issued north of Grand Chenier. Hopefully, the 44 people that live in it stay safe. Otherwise, the local fish population, the local bird population, the local alligator population definitely need to watch. Oh boy. I turned off the radar to see if there was anyone that was living here. There are a couple people that live over here on the south side of the warning. So it's this area right here. There's a road that comes off of State Highway 27. I think the good news about this, though, is the actual rotation's heading north of that road, or at least from the looks of it. But still, tornado warning in that area. No longer a severe thunderstorm warning over there, too. So that's very interesting. Pretty soon, we're also going to have our camera back up at LeBeau, because they just got put in a severe thunderstorm warning for this big line of storms. How's our rolling fork camera doing? It's doing about as well as I thought it would. Visibility is pretty much at 0. So it might not be the greatest thing to look at. Look at it. Look at this here, though, guys. Look at how quickly these clouds are moving. Look at that. Now that's some strong wind shear here. That's some strong wind shear. That's when you know we got a pretty substantial severe weather day, is when clouds are moving as quickly as quickly as they are like that. You're west of Atlanta. Do you need to sleep with one eye open? I'll be streaming regardless. I would just make sure that you have a way to get warnings, whether that's making sure that your emergency alert notifications are on with your phone, or if you have a weather radio, make sure that's on too. But I'll be live by the time storms get near your area. It'll be around 1 to 2 in the morning. So you could try and get some sleep up until then if you really want to. And then set an alarm. Well, we are definitely getting some strong damaging winds. But things are starting to look a little messy over here in western Mississippi. Looking a little messy. How quickly are these storms going to approach LeBeau? They would be... That is not the correct storm motion. No. That is the correct storm motion. About 15 minutes from now, it seems. "15 to 30 minutes from now." It is 2:30 in the afternoon. There is no need for me to be yawning this much. Definitely a lot of severe storms from the looks of it here, though. Let's look back at our tornado warning here. It looks like it gusted out. It looks like the rotation in itself gusted out. So earlier it was developing a little bit of something over here near Creole. You can kind of tell because the outbound winds, which are in red here, so this is winds moving away from the radar. So it'd be kind of like that. Started building up in this area. It's almost as if the line kind of curled inwards and then gusted back out. So usually when you have that, you could potentially see a surging of wind moving into the storm. So the only problem with that theory here is the radar can only see winds that are moving towards and away from itself. So if you have greens moving towards and reds moving away, what about winds that are moving perpendicular? The answer is you can't. You just kind of have to see how things develop scan by scan. And eventually it looks like it did try to stack. The velocity did try to stack into just one area right here. And you see how the greens and the reds got tight here? That's the reason why I believe that we could have had something tornadic within that storm. And then, of course, just as quickly as the warning was issued, it is now gone. That's the definition of a quick spin up right there, chat. That is the definition of a quick spin up. Put back our camera at LeBeau, Louisiana, and we'll look at some more forecasts. Two, 4, 1, 4, 1 is what we just did. 4, 2, 4, 3, 7 is Morganfield, Kentucky. So you guys should be fine, honestly. There's just going to be a lot of rain. Maybe, maybe a chance for some thunder. But really, it's going to be rain and wind. I don't really see too much for you guys, severe weather-wise. I really don't. A lot of cold air that could come in behind, too, and could create some snow Wednesday evening for you guys. But not a whole lot. Maybe just a general dusting. But I don't see anything substantial. You think all it's going to do is just be quick spin-ups? I think most of the storms that produce tornadoes will include quick spin-ups. Only the supercells embedded in the line will be able to try and put down your stronger ones. Heads up for folks that may live near Redwood, Brownsville, Phoenix, Pocahontas, and Bentonia over here in Mississippi. As we, and even Edwards and Bolton. We talk about embedded supercells in the line. It looks like there is one that's over here near Vicksburg. And then there's another one that's south of Vicksburg over here, north of Grand Gulf. So that'd be something that I would watch out for. 39531 is next for our forecast. 39531. That is Biloxi. So Biloxi is definitely in the main risk here this evening. I'll tell you what. Biloxi is definitely in the risk for some strong, severe weather. 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. 10% chance to see a tornado within a 25-mile radius. 10% chance to see a significant tornado within a 25-mile radius. In my opinion, they're in one of two of the major hot zones here this evening. One of which is this area here in southeastern Louisiana into western Florida. Could even be extended a little bit further north within that box, but I really like the stuff that's near the coastline specifically. And then these storms that are over here in western Mississippi as they move on through into Jackson over the next couple of hours or so. Those are the ones that we'd watch as well. But specifically for Biloxi, I do think you guys could potentially see some strong damaging winds regardless. And if we put the timings here for you all, you'll be able to see Gulfport and Biloxi sometime around 7 p.m. Central. 8 p.m. Central is when these storms will move on through. So definitely something to watch out. What in the goodness gracious? Sorry about that, chat. I was just given a cookie. So yeah, um, that's what I would pay attention to. Man, have those skies in LeBeau gotten dark. Do I have Discord? I sure do. Look at those dark skies in LeBeau. What type? I got a big chocolate chip cookie. Original. Yeah, I know. But I've never had crumble up until today. So. That's pretty good. Thank you.
So you don't want to try a different one?
Not right now. Do I have enough to share with the class? If I ration it, go crumble. I hate to put play on words, but crumbled crumb or crumble to crumble. We might share some crumbs with each other. Yeah, that is a pretty substantial storm that's off to the north. Or actually, it's more northwest of LeBeau. Link for Discord. Let's see if I have. The link here somewhere. I don't think we have insomnia over here in the mid-Atlantic. At least not that I have seen. Okay. So, it's a Discord server that I started and then gave to someone else. So that way they may be able to run it better than I can, because I won't be as active, I should say. Where is the link for it? Oh well, I'll just create a new link. It is what it is. Invite people, edit invite link, never, no limit, generate new link, copy. Lamau, I found a flaw in my system. I found a flaw, chat. Let me open my stream over here on the side, and hopefully, I'm going to hope that I don't hear myself. I doubt it, though. Oh, there we go. Cool. That makes things easy. There's the link to the Discord server if you want to join it. Well, it doesn't really look as ominous as it once was with this camera in LeBeau. I will do myself a solid and just pull up the radar, as there does seem to be some storms that are just to the west of Opelousas. Or Opelousas is, I think, what they call it. Might be a little bit of rotation just to the west there as well. I wonder, I'm sure we have cameras. We don't have cameras. That's pretty lame. Oh no, we have one camera. I'm sorry. We have one camera over there. And one of them just so happens to be looking at a pole. Chat, what good does this do for us? What good does looking at a pole do for us? Let's look at the other camera here. Yeah, this is near Opelousas. I think there is a little bit of rotation here. I'll be honest with you guys. I think there is a little bit of rotation. This is near the Ladue area. Or the Leducs. Lemoyne, Washington, and Palmetto, areas that are north of Opelousas, need to watch out for this little area of spin up here in Louisiana that could be possible. We only have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. I'm kind of hoping it stays that way. Less weather to talk about, the better. Still looks like this area that's just the east of Vicksburg is something to watch out for, but if there is some good news, a lot of these storms that are out in front of the main line as it moves into western Mississippi might try to hamper the intensity. So you just have a bunch of lines that are just, or a bunch of storms that are moving in front of this line. And usually storms kind of like this, kind of like the idea of just being by itself and being able to maintain in its own way. And if it's influenced by another storm, most of the time it doesn't like that. Sure is, SPC. It sure is. And then rain's starting to pick back up here in between Vicksburg and Macomb. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think we have some cameras that are over there. And if not, we can always use the Raymond Tower. Not unless if the tower is as high as the clouds, we can't. Can you guys see anything? I know I can't. Clouds are low enough to cover up the camera. Or it just being rainy. Either or. Pull up the Vicksburg camera for right now. When will be the peak of this activity? When will it be tonight? In my opinion, it would be sometime around 7 Central. 6 Central at the earliest. It could happen earlier than that as well. It's definitely possible, but it'll just have to be dependent upon how storms are able to evolve. But 6 or 7 seems about right. So the new 18Z Outlook came out. I want to check to see what the activity is like for tomorrow here on the side. Sup, Sam? Nice to see you. Good thing it didn't, Angela. Good thing it didn't. I'll tell you what. Central and Eastern North Carolina could definitely see some really interesting storms. Be some gusty wind makers. Southeast, real quickly. Tells me there really isn't a whole lot of stuff, or at least not as much stuff as I thought there would be for folks in Florida for tomorrow afternoon. Still got a pretty substantial line that tries to move out overnight. Of course, we'll be on at least until 2 Central, 3 Eastern. So that's 12 hours from now. But we'll be here for a while, chat. You know how it is. Things are only slow right now because it's still trying to build. Let's move back to our camera that is over near LeBeau. Up here at the top. Oh, what the heck is that, chat? Hold up, hold up. What in the world are we looking at here? What in the world are we looking at here, chat? We might have some scary looking clouds, or we might have something else. I'm really interested. If this camera was, say, like a half a mile closer to this cloud in this storm, I'm sure we'd have our answer. Looks kind of like Scud, but I can't help but notice that we have, you know, these clouds that are wrapping all the way around. It looks kind of like Scud to me. We're going to keep an eye on this for a little bit longer. Rightfully so, of course. Yeah, there's some rising motion in this. There is indeed some rising motion in this. I say a lot of gusty winds with this. There is a very good chance, as this camera goes in and out, I think there's a very good chance that we could be seeing some pretty strong damaging winds here soon. But yeah, absolutely we got some rising Scud. I'm paying attention to the trees as well here, guys. Let's see how strong these winds are within this part of the storm. Specifically this tree. This tree right here is kind of out in the open. You can also pay attention to the poles. See if they sway. When is the peak time for DC Metro tomorrow? Around 1 in the afternoon. Give or take an hour or two, depending upon if stuff goes faster or slower than anticipated. Yeah, Ohio's definitely going to get some pretty strong gusty winds with that low as well. All right, so here's some of the wind that we're starting to see. You can kind of see it here with the water kind of going off of the top of the roof. Look at some of these branches, limbs. Visibility is going to plummet here soon, too, with all that rain. You guys can see the rain all the way back over here, even on the road. But it doesn't look too crazy right now, but we do have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Claiborne County in southwestern Mississippi, Jefferson County in southwestern Mississippi.
So let's go to the Jackson, Mississippi radar here. This is near Fayette. And there you go. This is absolutely one of the storms to watch out for. This is a tornado warning here for Jefferson and Claiborne, Mississippi. We'll go full screen here. This will be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. And if I was looking at radar here, trying to figure out where the tornado would be, I would look right at the leading edge of this kind of arcing shape, right about here, right near Fayette. You can see the rotation is indeed there as well. If I pull up a storm motion, it'll show up a little bit better. There we go. Red's moving away from the radar, the Doppler velocities. Green's moving towards. Right about there is where the rotation would be. That'd be heading towards Red Lick, Tillman, Union Church, Hermanville, Carlisle. Of course, it's very close to Fayette right now. So if you're in Fayette, get into your safe space immediately. Lowest innermost part of your building, if you possibly can. I don't see too much craziness from the camera now. I don't. Let's see. But we'll keep the camera up there anyways. Trying to see if there's any other areas of rotation here on the line. Still, I think this area that's near Edwards, east of Vicksburg, heading into the Brownsville and the Bolton area, which is just due west of Jackson, Mississippi. I think that area still is something to watch, in my opinion. I really do. But I think those are the only two storms that would be able to try and be sustained if they do try to do stuff. Let's go back down to our storms that are approaching Opelousas right now. And about to move through our camera. About to see a lot of rain here soon with our camera. And Lafayette here pretty soon is going to be seeing some storms as well. They probably will start to see stuff in about a half an hour. It's possible, Vanda. It's possible. Definitely can't rule out that. Oh my goodness, that just got issued. Damage threat considerable. To now damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Wow. How about that? That would be within the storms that are near St. Francisville, Tunica, Ennis, Melville. Those are some areas in Louisiana, as well as Fort Adams, Woodville, Centerville, Gloucester, or Glaster, either or, however way you pronounce it. Crosby and Wilkinson as well. That's very interesting. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible within this new severe thunderstorm warning. That's hurricane force winds right there. Gloucester, gotcha. Gotcha. Do we have any cameras that are that far south? Near Hazelhurst? We don't. We have something near Crystal Springs, but that's really it. Huh. Sirens just went off. Make sure you guys stay indoors and stay away from windows then. As I said, treat this kind of like a tornado warning. Let me turn this here real quickly. Crazy. What did I just watch? Someone just sent me something that was not. What are you doing? Alright. Living like Larry here, guys. Believe it or not, this is just kind of how this event has been, pretty much, since the dawn of time. Checking up on our tornado warning that was over here in Fayette, Mississippi. There isn't really a whole lot that shows up within this, but there is still a little bit of rotation. There is a little bit of it. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. It's the typical culprit of rotation here when we look on the Doppler velocities. I'm still watching this area right here. This area over here, west of Brownsville. I really, you know what? It is going to spin up here soon. They just updated the radar here. If you're in Flora, Canton, Madison, Pocahontas, I'd watch out. I really do believe that this could try to spin up here very soon. This is an embedded supercell here with some spin. Yeah, if you're in Ridgeland, Flora, Pocahontas, Brownsville, Canton, I really would watch out. I we definitely have traffic cameras. We definitely have traffic cameras over here. That much is certain. I know for a fact we do. Turn off this camera. We'll do that. Storms are basically past Rolling Fork, so we don't need to keep that up there anymore. A lot of storms that are out in front of the line, too, that's trying to move through Jackson. Oh my god. Give me coffee. Jackson. You know, that might be what I call Jackson from now on. Jackson. Jeez. Give me my coffee. I stayed up too late last night. Illinois is not expected to see too much stuff this evening, besides some wind and probably some snow. That is possible. Oh boy. Jackson. Oh boy. Anyways, don't be fooled by these fraudulent storms out in front. That's not the real issue. The real issue is all the stuff that's back behind. As I said, I really think this could try to spin up over here. I'm going to see. I'll tell you what. Let's get this camera up. Let's see. West, east, north, south. I don't like any of those cameras. West looks good. That's a good camera out of Canton. I think to a degree, yes and no, Steven. In the grand scale of things, it's fully determined on the type of phase and weather that we're in. So we could have, say, the warmest sea surface temperatures ever, and if we don't have a whole lot of significant wind shear, then we can't get to that level of, more active weather. There's a bunch of ingredients that go into severe weather. Moisture plays a factor. Buoyancy plays a factor. Wind shear plays a factor. Placement with wind shear is a factor. Vorticity becomes a factor. There's a lot of stuff. And I definitely will say, when one of those ingredients becomes more common, it definitely does play a factor as to whether or not you could see increased activity in strength of storms. But tornadic storms, that's still correlation's not exactly the greatest to make. It would be more just storms in general that you could make that correlation with. Yeah, I still think at minimum there's some very strong damaging winds with this storm. But yeah. They're saying New Orleans might be bull section for strong tornadoes. I definitely think they could potentially see some of that, or at least start to see some of that here. Late afternoon, early evening, as early as probably 5 to 6 p.m., and then it'll continue. Go back to let's go to our other radar in Hammond, Louisiana. This is our new one that came in last year. I want to see this storm. There's a little bit of rotation with this storm in Woodville. Just a little bit. It's not the craziest thing of rotation I've ever seen. But there is a little bit of rotation here near Woodville and Gloucester. But not anything we should worry about quite yet. Should be a lot of rain here within our new update with this camera. At least I'm hoping. If it refreshes. Actually, not as much rain. Storms are pretty much past LeBeau. Alright, enough. I'm tired. I am muting my stuff. Enough. I've had enough of the family group chat. We are hiding the alerts. You guys can be quiet. It would be heading near Gloucester if there was anything. So I'm watching that very closely. The best way for you to be able to see that storm would be with the KHDC radar out of Hammond. A little bit of rotation here. A little bit. But as I said, I'm really watching this area here northwest of Jackson. I really do think that this could try to... This could try to spin up. So Brownsville, Flora, Pocahontas, heading into Canton, Mississippi. I think this tornado warning that was for Jefferson County. I think that could start to disappear a little bit. Still got our rotation that is near Woodville, though. Still do have our rotation near Woodville. We can see it on the other radar. Yeah, Gloucester definitely would want to watch out. Here's the better look at the rotation over here in Woodville, Mississippi. Southwestern portions of Mississippi. It's a little bit better of a look. It's not, the most perfect look in the world, but it kind of just gives us a general idea that there is something around here. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. So there definitely is something. It's definitely an embedded supercell. I will say that much. Now I wonder. These storms that came over here from Raymond are moving north, parallel along the line. I wonder what happens when those storms merge. Could we potentially see a spin up over here near Flora? We got major fire issues in San Antonio. Chat, I gotta look. I'm gonna be honest. Well, we definitely do. Look at that. Notice on our screen these little black dots. You see that? Those are wildfires. We definitely have those. Yup. Yup. Still a 2-tour risk back over there. Our cold core event. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny. New mesoscale discussion just got issued 6 minutes ago. Tornado warning has now been canceled. So the mesoscale discussion says this, and I'll play this while we look at our camera view over here from LeBeau. Or actually, no, we're gonna. Well, yeah, no, LeBeau is fine. Actually, I don't even think it's live right now. I think it's inoperable. Oh, there it is. Now it works. Cool. So mesoscale discussion. Warm sector is slowly expanding eastward. Thunderstorm development continues. Few embedded supercells have produced transient circulations and some severe wind gusts. A strong mature supercell has yet to form, so not anything there quite yet with that. Remains a possibility this afternoon still. The supercell tornado threat this afternoon will increase if... Yeah, that's not bad. 1,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram of mixed layer CAPE can develop. Seemingly less likely as eastward warm sector expansion remains slow with expansive cloud cover. Even without mature supercells, a damaging wind and embedded tornado threat will continue through the afternoon into the evening with very strong low-level flow. So there you go. Lena, what's up? Welcome to the stream. TRG, hope you had some good sleep last night. Morning. So yeah. That's what we got with that at the moment. Yeah, you haven't really missed too much, to be honest with you. Just some spin ups. There is going to be one spin up near Flora, like I pretty much have been saying since the dawn of time. I'm telling you guys, this embedded supercell right here near Flora and Bentonia is going to try and spin up something just to the west of Canton. All right, I'm telling you, it's going to do it. It's gonna do it. I'm looking right here, chat. Right here. What's up, Sama? Welcome to the stream. Oh boy. We still also have our other supercell in southwestern Mississippi that's still near Woodville, Gloucester, and Centerville. We'll pull up the Hammond radar here. Looks like it's starting to get enveloped by the line, so it's not as organized as it once was, and it's starting to gust out just a little bit more. But there is a little bit of rotation on that northern side. Show me how bad it will be tomorrow in Harrisonburg. Yeah, I guess I can. We have a little bit of time. Not too much time, but a little bit of time. Harrisonburg, left-hand part of your screen. Head over. Your main activity will really move on through from 10 to 11 in the morning. 11 is really when the main stuff is going to be pretty strong, but not anything too significant, in my opinion. Stuff starts to uptrend as you head further east. That's the best way I can put it. Is that some interesting areas west of Lafayette? It doesn't look all that crazy right now. There's a nice little water spout off of the coast of Vermilion Parish. Little weak little water spout. See if this thing updates again here in a bit. As I said, I'm really watching this here like a hawk. I'm watching this very closely. We should have hypothetically had a new scan to come in. How quickly do they put their scans out? Every 5 minutes? Are you serious? I think it's because we don't have sales up and running at the moment. That's kind of unfortunate, isn't it? Still waiting for this new scan. Man, the radar's just taking its grand old time trying to find what's happening with this storm. Taking a long time. Oh, there's the new scan. It does look like it's building. I'll say that much. It either gusted out or it's trying to. It's going to have a lot of wind. All right, let's put it that much. Let's put it that much right there here, chat. It's going to have a lot of wind. Yawn. Excuse me. What are some of our cameras out in front of the event looking like? We have a camera that is over south of Lafayette. So that might be something interesting to use. Of course, we have a couple of cameras over in Jackson. We have a couple of cameras over near Hattiesburg. We have a camera over in Pascagoula as well. Yeah, look at that. So we do have some stuff, some interesting things at our disposal. Oh, I didn't know we had a camera over here in southern Alabama as well. We definitely do. And boy, oh boy, is it a little gusty over there. It's got no cape or lapse rate. Yep, but it's got speed shear. And that's what you need for these little spin-ups. These little boys this far north, that'll do it. I'm not expecting too much more from that one. Beyond the spin-up. Good afternoon, Moore. Nice to see you in the stream. Well, we did get to the new convective outlook for this evening. Nothing really has changed. I did just realize that about 33 minutes too late. But, oh well. Sue me, right? They did... Was the sig risk for wind always there, chat? Or did they just add that? I don't know. I don't think they did. I cannot remember. I cannot remember at all. I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what. This is definitely the Dixie event of all time. And if you don't know what I mean by that, let me explain. Dixie Alley is basically the Deep South. It extends from areas over here from eastern Texas into Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, western Florida, and portions of Georgia, basically. And they usually are accompanied by some pretty strong wind shear, which is not atypical. Clearly see our big dip in the jet stream right here. Actually, what if we just do not that one? What one would be the best? That one. That one works. It's good enough. All right. So, big dip in the jet stream here. Neutral to negative tilt with our shortwave trough. Intensifying low pressure system, right? Very strong wind shear here that ends up increasing its divergence aloft. So that's pretty typical, right? But we also have very low amounts of CAPE. So energy, very low at this time. That'll change in a couple of hours to where we get a little bit more. But low energy and very low lapse rates. I'll tell you what, these lapse rates are abysmal, chat. Abysmal. It at least... No, it gets worse. Abysmal, chat. Abysmal. So this is a typical... This is your typical Dixie event, where we just have to wait and see if storms can be able to take advantage of some of the storms and whatnot, or some of the wind shear and whatnot in the atmosphere. And we'll just see how it goes. I'll tell you what, this northern line is still trying to spin up. It still is trying. Is that an embedded supercell southwest of Raymond? I'm gonna say yes. Huh. Let's find a camera that's on the south side of Jackson. There's something really interesting with this storm here that I'm starting to see. It's going to approach the Raymond, the Byram, and the Jackson areas here pretty soon. We cannot use that camera. Cool. We're just going to have to use one of these other cameras here. Capitol Towers. Live stream camera. Well, this link doesn't work anymore, so that kind of sucks. Let's put on this link here on the south side of Jackson. This camera, let's keep that up. This right here is really interesting. It's not just you, Ryan. My stream is actually doing that. It does freeze up every few seconds. So we're going to try and fix that at some point. So yeah, two little areas of embedded supercells that I'm watching here. One that's getting very close to Canton. The other one that's getting close to Jackson eventually, if it intensifies. How's our cell that's over near Gloucester doing? Well, it is intensifying. That rotation is getting stronger. There it is. Your rotation is definitely there. But good news is it's now north of Gloucester, so there's someone that's in the chat that lives near there. You guys should be all right as of this time right now. It'll now be heading over towards the Smithdale, the Meadville, the McCall Creek, and the Auburn areas here in southwestern Mississippi. I'm going to check up on our camera over here in Lafayette. A little breezy. A little breezy. Doesn't look all that crazy, though, at this time. Brad Arnold is trucking it south. Same with Vince Whalty. He is trucking it south. Who the heck? Oh, that's Storm Runners Media. So yeah, he's going northeast. Man, there's a lot of cameras that they've added over here. On Radar Omega. Is that Mississippi? Yeah, we're looking at Mississippi and Louisiana here. But Gloucester, Crosby, Wilkinson, we were looking at that earlier. Now we're looking once again at this cell that's over near Raymond, southwest of Jackson. And we're also looking at this cell just to the west of Canton. Regardless, some severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for a lot of these areas over there. Yeah, I got this Sabrina Carpenter song stuck in my head, and it's not espresso. But it is stuck. I cannot get it out of my head. Dust storm? That's crazy. I kind of want to look here in a bit. Sheraton Flowwood. I think it's pretty good for us to have Jackson prep on. Am I still attending Penn State at this time right now? Yes, I am. Thinking about transferring to a different college, though. Not anything wrong with Penn State. It's just some of my important people are in some other colleges as well. And kind of relate to those friends, those people. But we'll see. We'll see. We're figuring it out. I just completely forgot what I was supposed to do and after I put the camera up. My brain is loving myself at the moment. That's what I was going to do. I remember. I remember now, chat. I remember it. I remember now. We're good, chat. We're taking the Fort Polk radar. We're throwing it to Dallas Fort Worth. Because I am curious. Dallas Fort Worth and its airport has some major issues. Why? Because there's some dust going about. Look at some of this stuff. Is that actually rain? Little showers. Or is that dust? I think that's dust here, chat. I think like a dust storm. I think this is the dust storm. I'm going to say this is the dust storm. Correlation coefficient high. Dust is kind of similar. If it's raining, then that's... Consider the following. It's haze. Huh. That's still kind of crazy. Look back at these storms over here. This storm over here near Lafayette continues to still try to be pretty severe. And it does actually have a little bit of rotation with it as well. Might be a good idea for us to bring up a camera that might be near Lafayette. Ooh. Take a look at this camera here, chat. Very interesting indeed. Do 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 do. Yeah, that is a pretty substantial dust storm. Ouch. Reports of wind gusts near Mineral Wells of 81 miles an hour, Dallas Love Field of 78, Dallas Fort Worth of 74 miles an hour. That's all hurricane force winds. How crazy is that, chat? Thank you, Funky Monkey, for the 20 on Cash App. I think that was you at least. I really do appreciate that. So thank you for the support. It does mean a lot to the channel. Thank you for sticking with us as well. Yeah, that dust is pretty crazy. There is only one damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning here right now. This is for areas near Macomb, Liberty, Gloucester, Clinton, Zachary, and New Roads. Damaging wind gusts and upwards of 70 miles per hour possible. There is something interesting that's starting to develop over here near Centerville. You can see the line start to kind of shove a lot of these greens. A lot of stronger winds that are going to be trying to push out from this. Could that be the dust storm contributing to the dry air layers in North/South Carolina? No, this is different dust that is behind this current storm right now. The reason why it's been so dry over in the Carolinas is because we just really haven't had a whole lot of precipitation. There hasn't been a whole lot. A little bit of relief we're getting tomorrow for you guys, though. A little bit of relief. We just gotta hope it's not gonna flood and stuff like that. I'm gonna back out of this camera. Try and find a better one. Does the camera in Lafayette right now off of Radar Omega, does it show really anything? No, it doesn't. Unfortunate, chat. Unfortunate. I guess beggars can't be choosers, chat. Gotta find the cameras that we can use. Actually, what we can do, we got stuff heading to Jackson at the moment. So we might as well look through. This is on the north side of Jackson. You can kind of make out little shelf cloud over there. A little bit of shelving. Yeah, that is an absolute dust storm. That's pretty crazy. What? Sheesh. I'm looking through Twitter here on the side just to make sure that if there is anything we show. If there was that just lightning that we just saw in front of us, chat? Was that lightning? I turned for a second. I don't think that could have been just the light off of like the water droplet. Yeah, it's pretty gusty at the moment over there, Alma. Hope you're having a good afternoon, though. Big dust storm over near the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Strong damaging winds are approaching Jackson, Mississippi at the moment. We've got a lot of weather stations that are in the path of this, so we'll be able to get some good observations here soon. It'll give us an idea as to what could be happening. Anything rotating, or are we still in a low right now? We're kind of in a little bit of a low. There is an area that I am watching out for. It would be over here in and along the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, southwest of Centerville. I do think that could potentially be an area to watch. An area southwest of Liberty. And that could eventually head to Macomb. So I'm watching that area. Stretching my legs. I'm stretching my legs, chat. That's what I'm going to do. Just had to move all the way out here Tell you what, our camera is definitely looking like a lot of rain. I don't know what else to say. There's not really as much wind as I thought there would be with this. This is in Jackson, Mississippi. This is north of Jackson. It's on the northern side. I've been looking at these trees, and I really just haven't been able to see them sway a whole lot. Let's take a look at this other camera that's near Brandon. Actually, I lied. Let's not do that. Let's instead look at Jackson Prep. Camera out of Jackson Prep would probably be... Now, since the storm is actually getting close to, like, Jackson Prep and stuff like that, we might be able to get a good grasp as to all these storms. I'm gonna move the this a little bit to the left. The reason being is because the American flag is over here as well. That gives us a good idea as well with how strong the wind could be blowing. I'm looking at some of the other trees too. Like this over here. Yeah, this is a classic grungy Dixie day. Sheesh, that wind gust. I'm watching that flag just go woo. Excuse me. I'm putting this over here for now. Put that right there. Why is Dixie always messy? Because it, for whatever reason, is so moist to the point to where even the upper atmosphere is, well, warm and moist to the point to where it gets warm and moist in the mid levels of the atmosphere too. If you can ever get real cold air aloft to get down into Dixie, and yeah, some good stuff. See some pretty gnarly storms. What team is that? I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I just know this is at the Jackson Prep School. Not sure if it's a high school. Not sure if it's college. From the looks of it, it looks like a high school. It's on the southwestern side. Or not southwestern. Southeastern side of the city. Near like the Richland areas. Yep, that flag is definitely waving around, but honestly, it doesn't seem too crazy beyond that. Like, this is just a normal severe storm. Can we see a strong tornado tomorrow? Meh. Meh. I don't think so, but if there is one, it's going to be eastern North Carolina, like somewhere along the coastline or near the Outer Banks. That's really all that I see from that. Sup, Caleb? Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Caleb. So yeah, line's now starting to move through Jackson, Mississippi at this time. I don't see any real areas of rotation here on radar. Of course, if that does change, I will let you all know. If we go into southern Mississippi, though, on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, I do see one area here that we were talking about earlier. Centreville. We were talking about this area near Centreville. I do think there could try to be a spin up over here in Amite or Amite County. But yeah. Maybe a little spin up there as our visibility is now starting to plummet on the camera. As soon as I say something about Centreville, it starts to gust out a little bit. So I think that just complex, that storm complex just might be Jekyll and Hyde. We'll see. It probably, if it is going to spin up, if we do see a tornado, it would be near Liberty and Peoria or south of Liberty and Peoria over here in Mississippi. That's where I'm watching. What's up, Andrew? Nice to see you. Hadn't liked how it looked since day 5. I mean, New Orleans, now you basically got to put your chips on the table for the coastline from New Orleans all the way over to Pensacola. That's basically what I'm thinking and or looking at. Yeah, or we'll see what happens with that storm here. This other stuff that's over here near Lafayette, there was a report of tree limbs broken and shingles blown off on the north side of Lafayette. So it does look like that storm was definitely severe. Nothing tornadic with that, though. Which, of course, is the good news. Of course, I could look at Clarksville. Clarksville, Tennessee. All the way up there. To be honest with you, I don't think you guys are going to see a whole lot today. You're in the 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Going to real quickly pull it up here on the models. Not what I wanted. There we go. Timing, top left-hand portion of your screen. All the way up there. Clarksville, right there. As storms move on through, you'll start to see some rain in about an hour. Stuff should start to get gusty at around 8 or 9, and then past 10 o'clock, there's a good chance you don't really see a whole lot more after that. Afterwards, it could probably get gusty heading on into the morning of Wednesday. Really just afterwards. Really, anyone that gets hit with severe weather today will get some gusty winds tomorrow. It'll definitely be a little breezy. Well, that's good, Funky Monkey. The main part of the line has moved off to your east. Once it starts to really calm down with the rain, you guys should be good for the rest of the day. Is there much to worry about in the Atlanta area tonight? In my opinion, not too much, but we're going to be live at that point anyways. The storms will be around your area sometime around 1 to 2 in the morning. So. Jaxican. Oh, that's going to be the meme of the stream, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Jaxican. A lot of lightning here in Tishomingo County. Yeah, there's this little storm that's moving on through your area. A lot of gusty winds, maybe some little spotty hail. Any major hail events reported yet? I don't believe so, but I can look it up. I did not want that. Go away. As I said, I don't believe so. There has been one report of hail today. It was nickel-sized hail. Or technically quarter-sized hail. And that was around Grayson County, 1 mile southeast of Bells. That's it. We've had 94 wind reports. We have had no tornado reports here today. If I show you that... What would be the right way to show you this? I guess here? Okay, that works. So yeah, 94 and 1, total of 95 unfiltered reports. So it's been a Dixie day. Will Georgia have to look out for EF2 or higher tornadoes? In my opinion, I don't think it would be all that likely. Yeah, the Storm Prediction Center agrees with that sentiment with the outlook as well. But I do think you guys could see some spin-ups. They definitely could be possible. If you are going to see a tornado, it probably would be similar to like a weak tornado, or like a strong gust of wind. Of course. Squishy driving me crazy. True facts. A meat. Gotcha. A meat. See, I looked at it and thought, usually M-I-T-E. I is pronounced I, but nope. I understand that pronunciations are not exactly the same in every other place. I do think, once again, Amit is probably going to see a tornado warning here soon, though. Amit County, I wouldn't be surprised. First off, by the way, can I just say, localized areas of water is starting to build up over here on the turf, so that's kind of interesting. But on the other hand, I believe we have a camera that's over here in Macomb. We do. Please? You know what I just realized? I forgot to put the camera over here in Tylertown. I'm going to do that now. Tylertown, Mississippi. Save. We'll just put the question mark and just roll with that. Good enough. I thought that we had a camera here in Macomb. I don't see it anymore, though. We do have the traffic camera that's over in Macomb, so that's one thing to note. Apparently, the west camera looks really good. And it still does, so we still have valid information. So, yeah. There we go. So yeah, we'll have this camera up for a good bit while we look at these storms. This is really the only one that I'm looking at. I'll be honest. People are going to be asking me about what storm right now would be the most active, the most concerning, or whatever you want to call it. It would be this one. Winds gusting over 40 miles an hour in West Texas. Visibility is less than a mile from all the dust blowing around. I'll tell you what, that is not fun to be out there and all that. Can you imagine walking around getting blown over by all that wind and stuff? Having to drive in that? Feel bad for semi-truckers. Anyone moving up 35 is going to have an issue. The wind coming on the side, just kind of blowing to the side. I mean, that's just a lot of crazy stuff. All right, so we do have some reports to go over, some wind reports. So earlier we looked at the storms that were over near Jenna. We mentioned about the reports of damage over there. There's some more reports southeast of Alexandria of several trees blown down. We also have reports of gutters blown down and 5-inch diameter tree snap at that location. We also have reports of 69 mile an hour winds. Everyone in the chat say nice because it's 69, but on the other hand, not nice. And then, of course, reports of trees down and a farm shed damaged southwest of Jonesville. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Walthall County in southern Mississippi, northern Pike County in southern Mississippi, eastern Amite County in southern Mississippi.
Well, there we go. That's our tornado warning. That's definitely our storm. So if you live over here in Liberty, Peoria, Thompson, Macomb, Summit, over here in Mississippi, you definitely need to watch out for the potential of something tornadic over here, because there definitely is a tornadic thunderstorm. Got a good little bit of rotation with this too. Good little bit. Where did my epic pen go? Cool, thank you. Reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards right in the middle, right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be. Getting very close to Liberty. Going to get very close to Peoria. It's basically going to parallel 24 all the way up until you get to Macomb. So watch out for that. So once again, new tornado warning here for Waltall, Pike, and Amite counties. I recommend if you know anyone that lives in any of these areas that I've called out for, Macomb, Peoria, Thompson, Liberty, Pricedale, let them know. Let them know that this storm has the potential to try and produce a tornado. Or at least could try to do so. Second. And if there was anything that's sustained, it's going to head outside the warning box. But I don't think... I think this might be an anomaly right here. I think they might be just warning the fact that this cell has had a history of producing a lot of rotations. My gosh, Squishy. My gosh. That's what I gotta say. Oh boy. You're about to steal? What? Excuse me? When I have time sent in the forum, a friend of mine who wants to know, I'll look into it. $27,970. Roper, North Carolina. Okay, so they're definitely going to be seeing some strong severe weather tomorrow. And their main activity could probably be at some point around, I think it was early afternoon, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it'd be like 3 p.m. Eastern, give or take, is when they could start to see some stuff. And this stuff right here in eastern North Carolina would be the stuff that I would watch for the potential of some tornadic activity. So basically areas that are east of Greensville, or Greenville, east of Charlotte, east of Greensboro. It'll be approaching the Fayetteville, Raleigh, Greenville. There's 2 Greenvilles. East of Greenville, South Carolina. West of Greenville, North Carolina, and it would approach Greenville, North Carolina. It'll approach Raleigh, Fayetteville, Wilmington, Jacksonville. All those areas would be the stuff that I would watch out for tomorrow. Of course, you know us. We'll be live tomorrow covering this all for all of you guys, so feel free to stick around. If you know anyone that lives in these areas, feel free to let them know. And if you're interested in watching more of this coverage at some point in the future, it's always nice to be able to subscribe and hit that bell button. Hit the notification bell. Millions of years ago, when the Earth was closer to the moon, the ocean tides are more like tsunamis traveling around the Earth. Mind blowing. That's kind of crazy to think about. I think of stuff like Interstellar. I can't remember what that planet was, but remember the scene of them recovering the debris. How's Starkville looking? Starting to pick up here a bit? Well, that's a good question. So Starkville, I gotta find a better. Give me a second. Give me a second here. I think Radar Omega might be able to take me. Cool. All right, we got that. And the closest radar. Perfect. Easy stuff. So here's Starkville. It's really not that crazy. I promise you. It's just some of these spotty little storms. It's like you see these little blips. It's got some thunder, some gusts of wind, but it's not anywhere near severe standards. It would be more of kind of like 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. That would be the best way for me to put it. But, yeah. Don't worry about it, TRG. We're all here. We're joining and looking around when we can. It's windy in Georgia. It's going to get even windier later on tonight, around midnight for you all. True facts. Here's our live look at Macomb, Mississippi, and our tornado warning off in the distance. Do 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 do. Got decent camera quality. Stopped at the gas station many times. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. How's Thompson, Georgia looking when it comes to tornadoes? It's not going to be really that huge of a threat. At least I don't believe. I'm assuming it's near Manchester. It's Thompson. Manchester, Georgia. There it is. Yeah, a lot of gusty winds. Maybe a spin up or two is possible within like 100 miles or whatever, but yeah. Do. Yeah, this song is stuck. I can't. My brain just simply cannot. Wow, that is some de-aliasing. Alright, lovely. We're going to be able to see our storm here as it hits Macomb. You didn't miss a whole lot, Kaylee. I'm going to be honest with you. There's maybe a storm or two that did something. Nothing significant, though. Not quite yet. Alright, I'm standing up real quick, chat. I got up. My knees. My knees, chat. Sitting still in one spot makes my knees pop. And with how much sports I've played in my life, everything below my hip pops. Like my knee, my ankle, my toes. So sitting still sometimes is not great. Moral of the story. Moral of the story. I am going to be streaming tomorrow. My best advice to you is don't get caught up getting too close to the storm. A lot of these storms are probably going to be moving pretty quick. So it's definitely good for you to stay out in front. And it's also good for you to look at the roads that you probably will be chasing on. It's good to try and find ways for you to be able to have that emergency exit or that one road that is just able to parallel storm motion. That would be my advice. Alright, I'm inclined to try and figure out which direction we are actually looking towards. Because I am not too sure we are actually looking in the... I think we're supposed to be looking west, but I don't know. I do not know. I'm pretty sure we are. This is at 570. That's the chevron. Okay, we are looking west. Where the camera is right above a Chick-fil-A. See, the reason why I was asking, chat, is because the clouds in the distance are not dark at all. Like, it's kind of just like, it looks like it normally does. And I was just very surprised with a storm of its caliber that it's doing its own thing. There you go, Kaylee. It's good to see that he's doing some stuff, helping around the house. Let's get our camera back over to Macomb. Anything for Ohio tonight and tomorrow? Tomorrow there's the chance for some storms on the eastern side of Ohio. That's what I would watch out. By the way, go Jackets. As a Jackets fan, I am loving life. So glad we have Evison as our coach. True facts. I am really excited to go see the Jackets play in the middle of April. I do not care. I will go see my favorite team. Haven't had Chick-fil-A in years. You want some now? I I don't know how you haven't. But there you go. Have a good night, Squishy. Ooh, some lightning. We are starting to get a little bit more active here with this storm as it gets into Macomb. Let's see if we can find anything, chat. Let's keep our watchful eyes open as we're right in the heart of a tornado warning here in Macomb, Mississippi. Always broke. Now that I can relate. I can relate with that and to some degree. Sometimes food is just expensive. Ooh, look at that on the left, chat. We're starting to see the outline of the clouds. We're starting to see the outline of it here, chat. Let's see if we can find anything. So I have a funny thought for after the majority of the weather occurs. So it would likely be a while before I have the funny thought. But just realize at about, say, in an hour and a half I gotta do something on my phone just for a second. Yep, I'll look at it. What's popping on Twitter? Sustained funnel. What? Off the coast of Miami? Tulsa? What? Weather needs to go. Weather needs to go home. It's drunk. Man, oh man, this is some pretty. I'm gonna move our camera over here to the right. Got a lot of stuff over here on the right side of this that I'm really interested in looking at. There's a little bit of rotation that is just to the west of Summit. And there's a rotation that's on the left part of the screen as well. I'm watching this area right here, and I'm watching this area right here. Yeah, man. That is now starting to it's now starting to spin up right in front of us here, or at least it's going to try to. I definitely see a little bit more of the RFD right here trying to spin in. So if we were to try and find anything tornadic, it would have to be in this area. It'd be somewhere in here. We're looking at a live view out of Macomb, Mississippi. Macomb, Mississippi, where there is a tornado warning here for Pike County. And the chance for maybe a tornado here that could be associated with this storm. We're currently trying to look out to see if we can find any areas of interest. Of course, if we can. It would definitely go a long ways into help supporting our notion that people should stay safe regardless if a tornado is on the ground with a storm that is tornado warned. So as I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There does seem to be new areas of rotation that is developing over here in Louisiana. This would be north of Baton Rouge. At least by a good bit. Apparently there was a little funnel, cold air funnel, just 10 miles north of Veneta that was over in Oklahoma in National Weather Service Tulsa's jurisdiction. Oh my. I have to send that to Miss Wonderful real quick. Well, here goes the visibility. There goes the visibility. Getting some reports of damaging wind gusts. Wind damage of a couple trees down north of Smithdale and northwest of Smithdale. We're doing all right so far, Cowboy Bill. There hasn't really been too much crazy stuff that has happened today, fortunately. So we're doing all right, and we hope that that kind of stays the same for the rest of the day. You lost access to your old email? That's tough. Anyways, there you go. Problem fixed. How are the storms that are moving through Jackson doing? They're doing about as well as I thought they would. They're kind of just still gusty, still windy. The typical shenanigans. Take a look at the Forest Live camera here. This might actually give us some decent perspective of the storms that are up north. Because what we had earlier, all right, we had our camera over here in the tornado warning, over here in Macomb. But if we go north, well off to the north, over here, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning over here east of the city of Jackson, heading into the city of Forest. Big line of storms that are going to be moving about. So we'll have this camera up to kind of show you guys what'll be happening as these storms move on through. How long will it take before this gets into this area? About 15 minutes, I'd say. Of course, velocity. Of course, of course. Can I check Aiken, South Carolina? South Carolina is fine for today. Tomorrow, Aiken in itself. Aiken, South Carolina. They have a good chance of seeing some severe weather tomorrow. It would be in the late morning, early afternoon, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, late morning. Well, nah, scratch that. It would be early morning, so just regular morning hours. Timing top left-hand portion of your screen up here somewhere. There you go. So yeah, right around 7 to 8 a.m., some strong damaging winds. There was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana a few hours ago. Yep, and that was actually associated with our tornado warning that is ongoing right now. But yeah. Look at the New Orleans observation sounding. Thank goodness there wasn't a good warm sector today. Yeah, I kind of figured that anything and everything would be mental. It's still a little early in the season for us to have our full-blown tornado outbreaks. quite yet. But at the same time, our cold air is not present in the upper levels at this time. I'll look at the observation sounding here soon. Right now, there's not really a whole lot happening in Zachary, to be honest with you. Zachary, there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning over there, which is good. A lot of the stuff right now is up in Mississippi. There could be a couple storms that are northeast of Zachary that could try to be tornadic, but they'll need a little bit more time before they end up doing something. Is Wildwood, New Jersey going to be all right for tomorrow? That's where your friends live. Real quickly, let me go see what Wildwood is doing. I've been to Wildwood before, so I kind of... Oh, that's not in view. That kind of sucks. There we go. They're going to see some gusty winds in the evening. 5 p.m., 6 p.m. I don't see anything more than that, though, so you should be all right. It should be okay. Storm's getting really close to Forest, Mississippi, which is where our camera is currently at. There's quite a bit of wildfires over in Texas as I look at that. I'm going to pull up our live camera over in Forest, Mississippi. We can watch as people are not going through the Burger King. Is that a Sonic that's over there, chat? To the right? It could be. That building behind the Burger King looks like it could host a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. It kind of looks like that, doesn't it, chat? April, what's up? Nice to see you. Things are going all right so far. No problem, Cowboy Bill. No problem, Darren. If there are any tornadoes here in southwestern Georgia tonight, will they be relatively weak? Yes. It is more likely that that would be the case than not. That is a Sonic? Okay, cool. Then the fact that there's some people that are actively getting food from Sonic right now is kind of gnarly. Look at the system on satellite. It's crazy. I got it right above me right now. That's what I got. Put on the true color. Excuse me. Where's Squishy? She just left. She's going home. Believe they shot FNAF in Louisiana? That's kind of funny. There's your dust storm. Big severe weather. Man, is it windy. Man, is weather fascinating. Been on for 3 hours, almost 4 hours. Tornado warning continues. In 8 minutes it'll expire. That is very true. My goodness. Someone just said just because a 50% enhanced risk, or not 50, a 30% enhanced risk for day 6, just because it's there, doesn't mean that it'll end up as a high risk. Sometimes they just stay that way. You're not fired, April. Go away. No. Stop. You're not. It's nice to have you around whenever you can come out. I might have to be more committed to texting you when I'm going live. Almost 11 p.m. here in France. Time for you to go to bed. Yeah, sleepy time for you. There's no severe weather for you all right now, so you're pretty good. Hope you have a good evening if you do go to bed. Mid. Mid. There are 3 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. Alright, alright, alright. I will. Of course, Cowboy Bill. I hope to see you around. Indeed, indeed. I'm kind of curious. I want to bring out my phone and look at the new setup that I had on, or that I have in front of you right now. If a lot of you guys can see that scroll, that ticker at the bottom. You guys kind of can. It looks like you guys can. It's good enough. It seems good enough. What does K index mean in severe weather? It's like potential heat. It's like it has something to do with the mixture of dew point and temperature, and a couple other things. Look at Clinton velocity. Clinton, I believe, is all the way down here. Yeah, so this thing did have some rotation earlier, and now it's just kind of like all over the place. So a lot of wind, little embedded supercell that's trying to do stuff. But it's all over the place. It's been there for a bit. Yep. That's because Jackson's sounding is too far north of the event, and it's also behind the line. So if you really want to be able to see what's in the open warm sector, you get the sounding from New Orleans. New Orleans would be able to give you that. I'll tell you what here, chat. The one thing that has been pretty consistent this entire event is how quickly storms are going to fan out and die. What the heck is all of that? I don't even know. Yeah, New Orleans isn't overly that impressive, but it's definitely better than what it is in Jackson. I'm waiting for the stuff off the coastline, to be honest with you. We still have good bit of time before anything interesting. A lot of 3 Cape right there. See all this 3 Cape that I'm about to show you all. Give me a second. See all that 3 Cape that's currently in southeastern Louisiana at the moment? That stuff's going to move north. And we're going to get some 3 Cape here along the coastline. And this will be what we're looking for. Look at that. Pensacola is definitely an area to watch. Mobile, Biloxi. Pascagoula. Just basically the coastline here. The coastline from New Orleans all the way over to Panama City Beach. This is the area that I would watch in general. Maybe even a little bit further as well. And it's also possible that we could see some localized areas over there too, but that's what I'm waiting for. Although we already have a couple of spin-ups that may be just to the west of Morgan City, so that's convenient. Excuse me. To be fair, tornado outbreak is at minimum 6 tornadoes. And today we've already had 3 or 4. I think it's 4. So, technically, if we get a couple more, it barely is. What website do I use for CAPE? I use the Mesoanalysis. Storm Prediction Center Mesoanalysis. And then I specifically go to my multiple parameter or multi-parameter fields, and then go to surface vorticity / surface 3 kilometer ML Cape. Counting the one in Ada this morning. There was one in Ada this morning. 4 to 5 maybe then. So maybe we already have a little small scale tornado outbreak. I don't know. Doesn't seem all that crazy, does it? Wind gust report of 70 miles an hour near Brandon from the storms earlier. So it's definitely a little gusty. I'll tell you what, the supercell that was over near Ruth and Macomb is still going. It's still trying to do stuff. It's near Pricedale, Oakvale, Monticello. This could eventually head off towards Bassfield, Collins, and Soso, as well as Seminary. That was before 12Z, so it counts as yesterday. So then, yeah. Yeah. Excuse me, chat. Well, I'll tell you what here, guys. We only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is pretty nice. This is very nice. I will take stuff like this all day, every day. You know what I just realized I could do with my ticker? How did he break through the slow mode? Have I talked with Highlander? It's been a while. I think I saw him yesterday. I don't know how I broke through the slow mode, chat. Gonna be honest. I'm gonna figure out if slow mode is on or not then. Content, live, customization. It's not a, I swear I thought I turned it on the beginning of the stream. $15 Save, please. Thank you. I swear I put it on. I swear I did, chat. I swear. I saw it in the beginning, at least. Who sent me a message? Oh. Never mind. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Marion County in south-central Mississippi, southern Lawrence County in south-central Mississippi, Jefferson Davis County in south-central Mississippi.
Well, if there was going to be a tornado warning, it would be this one. The one that had the tornado warning earlier. So, yeah. rotation looks like it's kind of gusting out in a way. It's also getting a bunch of other storms up in its face. But we do have a little bit of rotation right here, indeed. Red's moving towards, well, red's moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards. Counterclockwise spin. We also have kind of like this bowing area right here. And I'm not talking about the plane. Looks like an outflow boundary that's coming from the storm, so it's definitely surface-based. It's definitely creating a lot of surging, gusting winds. Even on the backside. I'm going to update my Discord over here on the side. It's bugging me to an extent. And, of course, the rotation starts to kind of die out a little bit as soon as the warning gets issued. How crazy is that? New mesoscale discussion's out. I'll look at it here in a second. It's good to see that my chat isn't a bunch of crazy people. Not quite yet, at least. We haven't made each other that crazy yet. Yeah, that rotation died out as quickly as it formed. It, like, tried to consolidate north of Pricedale, and then after that, it just went away. Goodness gracious. All right. I will pull out the new mesoscale discussion. Is that a wildfire's been reported with no containment, all due to arcing power lines due to that's a lot of due tos. Due to interaction with trees. And this is in Sumter County. Another one on the Sumter / Choctaw County line. Cameras are lagging hard. Try to reset if you could. See, that's a hardware issue on my computer, unfortunately. You're not the only person that said that. That does need to be fixed, and it will be fixed. Hopefully within the next week or two. That's the hope. My family is talking about me. I can tell. I have a spidey sense. He's got a bunch of mods in chat, though, I thought. Yeah, that's some interesting reports out in front of these storms. All right, so let's take a look at the mesoscale discussion. Downstream watch will be needed with a threat for damaging wind gusts and embedded tornadoes. Strongly forced line of convection is ongoing. With a deep, moist adiabatic layer near the surface. Some mesovortex type tornadoes are possible in the line as it moves up to the east. They don't mention anything about discrete supercells. So wonderful, chat. When we play the prob game, we'll play the prob game here soon because there's probably going to be a new tornado watch eventually. Can you also tell who's walking around by footsteps too? Yeah. Let's just say the place I live in is definitely a little noisy. But it's fine. It's okay. It's alright. I'll take it. Sounds good, Kaylee. I understand the reason why that may be the case, Judy. I feel like I have that with some other streamers, whether it's like games or I don't know, news or some other type of stuff, videos that I watch. Something about the OG. Do 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 do. Will Pennsylvania get any tornadoes tomorrow? It's pretty unlikely. Pretty unlikely. It's not impossible, but it's pretty unlikely. Miss Pac-Man with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Anything bad going to happen in Vernon? Is that what, Vernon, Texas? If it's Vernon, Texas, it's a lot of wind. Vernon, Louisiana is good. Vernon, Mississippi, that's north of Jackson. That's good. Alabama. Vernon, Alabama. You guys are pretty far north. If there's anything that you guys could see, it'd be some strong gusty winds. But that's pretty much it. I wouldn't expect too much more beyond that. If I had to guess if I had to guess the probs for the tornado watch that'll be upcoming, I'm going to say 50-20. 50-30, maybe. Sounds good, April. Sup, Sly? Nice to see you. Been a bit, been a bit. All right, so if we have a lull in severe weather, I might do maintenance on my streaming setup, which could be cool. Oof. That's pretty gnarly. When them tornadoes hit in Prattville and Montgomery? Well, they probably could occur in and around midnight, maybe a little bit earlier than that. If we pull up the models, timing top left-hand portion, up there, right here, is where it's at. Montgomery at around 10 to 11 p.m. Central is when you guys could probably get some of your stuff. I think it'll be more strong damaging winds more than anything. I don't think it'll really be that much of a tornado risk for you all. The main tornado risk would actually be a lot further south of you, likely into portions of Dothan, Monroeville, Mobile, just the southern portion of the state heading into Florida. That's what I would watch out for. Good thing I have a bit of time to figure out. Arkansas is good. Arkansas is good. I'll pull up just the grand scale of where severe weather is going to be at. And pretty much the majority of Arkansas is just out of it. So you guys should be fine. Right now we're focusing on Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, and western Florida. That's what we're thinking about. Yeah, of course, Man Bear Pig. Have I seen the trough that's coming in next week? Not with what the latest models have been saying, no. I can look at it right now. Just for laughs. But I am not using the GFS. The GFS is the most inaccurate long-range model I've ever seen besides maybe the CFS. It ain't happening. How about we all react to it together, shall we? Next week, trough moves on through. It's actually this weekend. Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday. And then next week, that is a gnarly little storm that's going to try and go at the end of next week. Might be something to watch. Our atmospheric river seems legit, by the way, for the end of this week. For the Pacific Northwest. So how about them apples? Well, realistically speaking, if I'm doing maintenance on my stream, it's not like anything that will happen with like quality issues. The quality is not going to be fixed. I'm talking more about what you see visually on your screen right now. So what you currently see is you have the face cam, which is right here. And then you have the side screen view here. And then at the bottom, you have like the severe thunderstorm warning. And then it has like until. And then you have the subscriber count and the time. I'm thinking of configuring this part right here, the ticker. There's a way into which I can do that. That might be able to work. I've got something in mind that I might want to play around with. And if it doesn't work, then, oh well, I just revert it back to what it was before. But yeah. Do 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 do. Still a 2% chance, torrential risk in northwestern Arkansas. That is because you have some cold core funnels. Some very, very weak tornadoes that are possible. Very, very weak ones. That's the reason why they have that. Maybe up top so it's easier to spot. Well, I don't know. My thought process in general is people. How can I put this? People don't exactly pay attention to this, anyways. So. Anyways, I just have an idea. I have an idea. I want to try it out. And if weather kind of takes a step back a little bit, which I don't know why this tornado warning exists for as long as it does. Should be canceled here soon, but it's going to last for another 35 minutes. Yeah, we'll see. April with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says, thanks for being you, Nate. Well, thank you for being around and helping us out. Everyone give a nice little round of applause or cheer or a like for April. She's been here for so long. She's been a great help, a great support, great friend. All that stuff really does help in the long run. So, thank you. Well, there's been a severe thunderstorm warning here for a while that we've mentioned probably once. It's the severe thunderstorm warning over here into portions of St. Mary, and this would be Iberia and St. Martin Parish. So, areas that are near Morgan City, areas northeast of Morgan City, as you head into areas near Pierpont, Paint Courtville, Napoleonville, Supreme, Assumption Parish, Ascension Parish, and St. James Parish. I'd watch out. I'd watch out for the threat of some severe weather. Maybe even the chance for a spin up or two. This is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning as well. What? Snow squall warnings? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. The blizzard is starting to blizzard, chat. And I'm not talking about Dairy Queen. Let's take a look at this camera in Tylertown. Keep this up for a little bit. A little bit. Looks like Baton Rouge is starting to get into the clear. Folks that are in Baton Rouge should be good. Same with folks in Zachary or areas west of Baton Rouge. If you're in Lake Charles, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, Alexandria, Jackson, you're good. You really don't have to worry about too much. Well, there's some of your wildfires southwest of Dallas, Fort Worth, near Granbury, or your dust storm. How crazy is that? I want to see if we can see some of the wildfires in San Antonio with our radar. We absolutely can. Okay. Be a better way to funnel it with this. There's a wildfire north of Lemming, south of Thelma. Sheesh. Which weather model does the SPC use? All of them. HRRR, North American model, GFS, Euro, the new NSSL models. They use all sorts. That's a good question, DDO. I know they mow the lawn and stuff like that. They have people that go out and do it. Or at least I think they would. I know some other road networks have that. Which NSSL model is accurate? That's a good question. Because they're all experimental, it's hard to say that one is more accurate than another, to be honest with you. That would be my answer to that. I'm gonna mute myself just for a sec. Alright, that was me muting myself for a couple seconds because I was just like, what? Oh, hi! Speaking of what, very cool. Thank you. My pleasure. So, ladies and gentlemen, today it is Fat Tuesday. For those of you all who live in New Orleans, you guys know this. And I celebrate it myself before it is time to go into Lent. And if you're gonna ask me what I'm gonna give up for Lent, I can't tell you that because I don't know myself. I have not thought of it. There, this is some weather shenanigans here, chat. Is New Jersey getting anything? It would be tomorrow. And it would be in the morning. Late morning when you guys could see some stuff. No, I'm sorry. Won't be late morning. It'll be late afternoon, early evening. Just be rain, maybe some gusty winds. Nothing too severe. Should be fine. Should be good. Am I going to cover these storms past 1 a.m.? More than likely, although it is boring as all get out. I will tell you that. Real quickly, chat. I'll be gone for like 20 seconds. I'm going to the bathroom real quick. My hands are still a little wet from washing my hands. A little wet. Jefferson Davis, Mississippi, under a tornado warning. Yeah, but realistically speaking, that thing might die or expire very soon. I'm kind of surprised they haven't canceled it, to be honest with you. Because the rotation really isn't all that. It really isn't. It was way back when. Now it's not. Now it is most certainly not. Have these severely underperformed today? For the most part, yes. Yes, they have. Sides of my knees hurt. It doesn't even make sense. And then muscles in my lower portion of my thighs next to my knees, they are sore. Is the wrap model accurate? Probably one of the more accurate models out there. So yes. The wrap and the HRRR are going to get replaced, though, by this new model. I cannot remember what it is to save the life of me. I think it's supposed to be the M-Pass, but that's... At its current rate right now, the M-Pass is not going to replace it. Yeah, these lapse rates are indeed poor. I'm okay with not talking a whole lot, chat. The RFS model, it was in the very beginning, and now it's just kind of like, it's weird. It's very conditional. It can be, but it also can be bad. So I guess if the trend is it's been accurate as of recent, then it's good. And if it starts becoming inaccurate, then it's bad. How's Tuscaloosa, Alabama going to be? Tuscaloosa's going to be pretty gusty. But that's pretty much it. You guys could probably see your stuff sometime around 8 or 9 Central tonight. Might even be... Yeah, 8 or 9 Central. Be gusty winds. Storms will continue to do their own thing. Name is Tom from Mentor, east of Cleveland. Started watching the other day. Think time when I started watching Max. Yeah, so funny part about all that. First off, we all in the weather community are trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to make sure people stay safe and whatnot. But yeah. One thing about Max compared to me is that he's pretty consistent with his upload schedule, and I have not over the past 6 years, because I can say that I am the most tenured channel, and I started earlier than everyone, including Ryan Hall, y'all. But discipline has not always been there for me. I'm trying to turn that around because after a few years and me growing up just a bit more, should be better. We are getting better with it, at least. Is there any severe weather on Sunday? It's possible. But we won't know until probably Friday night. Has there been many but bad, dangerous tornadoes with these storms? There hasn't really been a whole lot of bad tornadoes with these storms today. Give Nate a hot dog taco. There it is. Enough. Enough. Going back. Going back to what we're supposed to do. I've checked it already, Titus. I also talked about it in my previous videos. I uploaded a video on Sunday. I said there was the potential for some severe weather, but the problem is that with long-range models, it's not very accurate. You can't exactly be able to tell specifics with the Euro model. So all you can really use, in my opinion, is the general signs, such as 500 millibar wind shear, 300 millibar wind shear. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Am I an actual storm chaser? Well, I've chased tornadoes and I've caught some. I wouldn't classify myself as an official storm chaser. I'm more of a college student, more than anything. The SIPS model. Everyone take a sip. Ah. Good stuff, right, chat? The SIPS model. The SIPS model gives general consensus as well. It doesn't give specifics, it just gives an idea. Similar to what the Euro does, similar to what the GFS does, but it doesn't once again give specifics. Similar to how it was last week, and thinking that this week was going to be kind of pretty mentally insane. This one ended up not being as great of a significant event, fortunately, so far. Heading out to a bonfire soon. Probably be lurking for a bit. There you go, Gabby. If you do leave, enjoy your night. Stay safe if you can. Yeah, I don't pay attention to the sips anymore. I used to. Now I don't. I just I'm not buying into hype before there's any evidence of it really happening. All hype does is start up unnecessary anxiety, and it builds up poor credibility if you're wrong. The last thing I want to do is be the boy who cried wolf. I've seen so many instances to where people have used the sips alone and then have been wrong for me to go down this road again. Is the SPC mesoscale analysis an accurate model? It takes the real-time starting hour. So it takes the starting frame of the wrap model and then prints it. And the wrap is probably one of the best models with its starting frames. So I would say it's a good, accurate depiction of what's happening in the beginning. But if you try to forecast anything beyond the first couple of hours, it just turns into the wrap model. So that's all it is. That's all it is. I'll tell you what, I would love some chicken and shrimp, Alma. Hibachi chicken and shrimp with double fried rice and some noodles. You know, today is Fat Tuesday. I should have got that, but unfortunately, hibachi is one of the more expensive foods that you can get. Wrap versus HRRR, what's the difference? So RAP is low resolution but higher accuracy, especially in the elevated mixing layer, EML. HRRR is higher resolution, but just some of the storm interaction dynamics with boundaries can get really sus sometimes, especially as you get closer to an event, which is the reason why I don't use the HRRR past the 0Z model from the previous night. So let's say I was trying to forecast today's event, like seriously, I would only use the 0Z HRRR from the previous night because that seems to be a lot more accurate than anything else that has been out. It's been like that for the past 5 years, for whatever reason. Especially with severe weather setups. Only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning. They're probably going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Assumption Parish and St. James Parish and Ascension Parish and Lafourche Parish. It's possible. Yeah, this wind on the backside is just absolutely crazy. Texas is definitely struggling with their wildfires because of it. Will Quincy, Florida get severe weather? That's a good question. Yeah, you guys could definitely see some severe weather overnight tonight. I definitely think it's possible. I'm kind of hoping the stream doesn't pick up what's going on upstairs. I don't think it will. Storm is moving through Tylertown at the moment. That's what we're looking at with our live camera. Strong gusty winds are possible. It's all right. I gotta check. What are you doing? Putting your jewelry. Just leave it there. That's fine. You're welcome. Appreciate that. I was gonna say, Mama. I know. I'm saying I was putting your things up. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming over. Yeah. Okay. Also, here's this. Oh, just put it in my kitchen. That's very nice. Typical males. Tell you what. Close the door when you leave. There we go. Can I check Cape again? Did it update? It updates at the beginning of every hour, I believe. Yeah, there's a little bit of Cape, but it hasn't gone up quite yet. There's some amounts. Only some. So there's still some buoyancy that is out in front that storms may be able to try and take advantage of. It'd be over here in southeastern Louisiana. Joe Burnell with a 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, US 50 is closed between Lake in Kansas to 2 miles east of Deerfield, Kansas, due to blowing dust causing numerous crashes. That's pretty crazy. I wonder if we can see that on satellite. First off, can I just say, we can definitely see it over here in Texas. Look at all this dust from the dust storm that's blowing out. That's pretty crazy in itself. Can I, mapping counties? Yes, I sure can. That'll make things a little bit better for people to see. What about in Kansas? Well, can I just say, there's a lot of very strong wind, especially on the western side of Kansas. Look at how quickly these clouds are moving compared to these clouds. I mean, those things are racing, and that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Ascension Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern St. James Parish in southeastern Louisiana, south central Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern Assumption Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Well, we did indeed say that they probably could try and issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Instead, they issued a tornado warning for this cell. Very interesting indeed. Let's see if I can try and get a camera out near that area. Current trajectory takes it near Sorrento. If you're over here in Donaldsonville and Sorrento, need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Tornado warning in effect for your area. I'm going to keep this camera right here. We're going to have this camera here that's just to the south of Sorrento. Sheesh, Kaylee. Sheesh. I am not prepared. Said around 5 p.m. it would be here in Pearl River, Louisiana, but I think it might be later. I definitely would have to agree. I think it's going to be quite a bit later. We could be talking about 6, maybe 7. It's possible, but appreciate that. Appreciate that, Pats fan. New meso analysis. There's mixed layer cape, uncapped environment. They didn't put out a new one yet. Not yet, though. Yeah, if you're in Sorrento, AC, Burnside, you need to take your proper precautions, get in your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Might be better if we actually use this camera. This camera is like right in where the tornado could be. This is just south of Sorrento, south of Louisiana 22. Look at this wind here, chat. We're right in the circulation here. Well, here you go. This is where stuff starts to uptick. Rotation's starting to move over the camera right now. This is currently located south of Sorrento, Louisiana, where there's a tornado warning ongoing. I could still see the rain moving from right to left. Haven't been able to see a change in direction with the rain quite yet, though. I'm going to move the camera over to the right a little bit more. You can see the trees over here on the right side. Oh. Very interesting indeed. The rotation has now moved over the camera. I don't see anything too crazy with that. Let's move to the next camera here. As it now starts to get closer to the interstate, it looks like on radar the rotation is dying out. That's what it looks like to me. That looks cool looking, Kaylee. A little jelly. I might get some of that tomorrow, though. Some strong, severe storms are heading into Columbia and portions of Mississippi as well. We got some camera angles over here. So we got all sorts of cameras here. We have tornado warning camera here in the main screen. We have severe thunderstorm warning camera on the screen up above me. We got cameras all over the place here, chat. But yeah, it does look like the rotation has just kind of fizzed out. Not as strong as it once was. And that is a good thing. There might be a little bit of rotation on this cell that's south of Convent. They're going to head towards Lutcher. But we'll have to wait and see. That is an updated tornado warning here. Cancels St. James and Assumption parishes. Sounds good, Velocity. Take care. Stay safe out there if you can. Rotation now starting to move over the camera. You can see the rain. Trying to wrap into those areas. Very interesting indeed. Ugh. Poor Brad Arnold. About 5 minutes ago, he just tweeted that he got in an accident on 55. Someone rear-ended him. Mesoanalysis saying 130-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe at the 300 millibar level. It wouldn't be too surprising. Brad Arnold got rear-ended. Brad Arnold. One of the storm chasers that are out there. Yep, this is my reaction to that. uh, he said he's fine. The car in itself, I think he said, was... He wasn't sure if it was. Oh, crazy. They're waiting for Elio to arrive? Gotcha. So his chase is probably done. That's unfortunate. Although I will say, if there was any positive note, he probably wouldn't have missed anything. The way this event is going, he probably wouldn't have missed anything. Tornado warning has now been canceled. Yeah, Brad is over near Amit City. So he was going to try and get to I-12 and then get to I-10 and cut across. Can I check the violent tornado parameter? No. I don't look at meme stuff like that. Can go away. I mean, I do look at it, but I'm not looking at it. I don't look at it often. Impact is strong enough to cut his stream immediately? Now that's crazy. You want to know what's crazy, chat? Here in about... All right, let's say... Let's do some brainstorming here real quickly. Okay, chat? Because I think we could be getting to the stage to where I can start doing maintenance on my stuff. My stuffs. I'm gonna put the camera over here in Columbia, Mississippi. So right now there's only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. And technically 2 of them are because of a jurisdiction issue. See, I don't use tornado parameter because it oversimplifies the necessary things that go into meteorology. That's the reason why I don't use significant tornado parameter as a viable forecasting option on my channel. I talk about it. I sometimes meme about it and stuff like that. But people who use significant tornado parameter only use it to try and just get a bunch of... They either try and simplify weather when it shouldn't be simplified, or they try to make things a lot more intense than it actually should be. Basically, they don't know what they're looking at. That's how I view it. Do more than significant tornado parameter because significant tornado parameter rots your brain. That's how I feel. Still a little bit of rotation near Covenant and St. James. Still a little mini supercell over there. So I think what I may do while we look at weather, while we look at our camera here, is I think I'm going to update my bottom bar, and you guys are going to help me. All right. See this warning ticker right here? See this? Okay. I'm going to try to make a better way for you guys to be able to see this. So watch. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. That. Okay, so it's bigger, right? It is bigger. Cool. Okay, so that looks cool. We've got a bigger off-centered freaking version of this. Fix it. Okay, that looks about right. That looks pretty good, chat. That looks good enough. Okay. Now what they are going to do, or what we're going to do, is we're going to do this. Nah, that looks kind of mid. That could work if I swap the time and put it under me. That could work. Let's try that. Let's see what we can do with that. So the warning ticker is going to go there. This is going to be hidden. This is the intricate part of trying to work with your Streamlabs. That is not what I wanted. Go back. I want that to be moved over. When does tornado season actually start? Officially, it started Sunday. Officially. Okay, that looks not... That doesn't look terrible. That doesn't look terrible. That's not bad. And what we can do with that, chat, put the time on your big... Are you happy? Are you happy? I have no idea if this is on my forehead completely or not. Are you happy? That doesn't look half bad, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. That doesn't look half bad. What I think I might do is I'll take the blue box. Nah, never mind. That might just be okay. I think we might work with that. And then we take our dark blue box. We put that above the warning ticker. We move that all the way over here. And we roll with that. I think. I don't know, chat. You guys can decide. You like that better? Or do you like this better? See, I kind of like this better because you're able to see more. Like, you're able to see the letters. It's larger. You know, interesting enough. Those may have trouble seeing the second smaller lettering. That's what I was thinking. Some people have, like, you know, watching this on phones, not on, like, computer monitors or TVs. Some people might just have that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Chat, I want to test out one more thing. But before I test that out, I am going to... You know what? No, I'm just going to test it. So... Okay. So with that being said, chat... Okay. If I were to add... That's a new tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for St. John the Baptist Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Eastern Ascension Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern St. James Parish in southeastern Louisiana, south central Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Oh, it's the storm that we were talking about. So just a little spin up. That makes sense. Let's put another camera on it, chat, so that way we can be able to watch. If there is a camera over there, what in the world? There very well could not be. Yeah, we might just have to look at the camera over here. Yeah, that's good enough. So new tornado warning for this cell that's near Garyville and I-10. If you're over in these areas, please watch out. Move this camera over here. All right, so chat, I'm going to add a new... I believe browser source. Thanks. So now this is also... It doesn't go full, so I don't think this one would work. Oh. Wait a second. That's weird. But we would have maybe something like this. Compared to that. Like if I were to turn that off, turn that on. I don't think I like that, chat. I don't think I like it. Be gone. Turn that back on. Put that all the way down here and there. Yeah, I think I like that better. I think I like that better. That's right. I forgot to move the time. Oh well. It is what it is. All right, chat. Real quickly, I'm going to go to the bathroom again. We edited our screen. When we come back, we're going to fix that so that it's on all the other screens. But for right now, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. We are back, chat. We are back. Seems the tornado has not done a whole lot, if anything. What have y'all done in chat? What are you guys doing? We have civil conversations in chat. Good stuff. I'm sure Squishy would love to take a part in that conversation, by the way. Her love of dogs. Okay. So now since we have that, um, games because the threat got so low, lost interest. I know, right? I've lost. The threat's so low right now that I'm actually just fixing stuff on my computer. Like, that's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I kid you not. Nope, not really a whole lot has happened. Um, we have a tornado warning that is like a little mini spin up. That's it. There's not really a whole lot going on right now. There probably will be at some point tonight. Just might not be as big as what was previously thought. Weast. Oh my god. Reminds me of that one. So much stuff has happened on this channel. I don't think anyone could survive the amount of brain rot that we have with weather streams. You wouldn't expect it, but it's with weather streams. Storms are starting to approach Hattiesburg now. We'll keep this camera up now. Look at how quick the winds are whipping the clouds. Welcome to the Rock. What college? This is the University of Southern Mississippi, so that makes sense. Welcome to the Rock. If you can smell what it's cooking. So now, let's take our bottom stuff. Let's edit it a little bit more. We can take our dark blue line horizontal. We can copy. And we can paste. And what I'm going to do is why is this so difficult? There we go. Take it all the way to about there. That's not what I wanted. Okay, that's it. We're just going to go transform, and we're just going to move it up a few spots. So, like, probably, what, 76? No. 30. That's too high. 50? 40. Why does that look really nice? I think that works. Looks like it works. April with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Just because you... I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be rock. But thank you. If it's just because I Rick, that's Pickle Rick right there. Oh boy. Sup, Blondie? Blonde Vulpix. Oh boy. Thank you, April. I do appreciate that. No, excuse me. Excuse. Oh my god, my brain. No excuse me's today. Yeah, that's a good thing. When you don't hear an excuse me from me, that's when you know that things are going exactly to plan here on the channel. Oh, trust me, as a Pokemon player myself, this entire past weekend was me doing Pokemon Go. True facts. Now I have one of the more broken Pokemon in the game because I got a hundo. Alright, let's find the black and white north-south. Copy, paste. Let's take that. Transform, edit, size. I can't even remember what the other size was. Hold up. Transform, edit. What? It was 2. So if I edit, transform, it's supposed to be 1. But I mean, I guess not. No, no, no. That's not what I wanted. Mark, thank you so much with the 2. I really do appreciate it. We're just editing my software here for you guys. Trying to make sure you guys get something productive here. What team am I? I am Team Valor. I have some attachment to Moltres. So if I go 40, is that too far? That is. So I need to be like 53? Is that it? No, that's still too far. I'm trying to make things organized for you guys. 54 or 50 You know, I might be a donut, chat. All right, first off, this is 50. Actually, it might be better if we do like 48. Okay, that works there. Now we just need to move it into the perfect position, which just so happens to be this, maybe. You know what I could do, chat? Watch this. Boom! Magic. Done. That stuff is made. Now, I need your guys' honest opinion, alright? This stuff is just small nitpicking, but I feel like it could be helpful. If I can ever be able to get my mouse. Alright. Edit. Nah. All right, here we go. Does this look cool? Or did the other thing look cool? So do you want this? Or that? New MCD? Oh boy. What magic do you have for me now? Damaging winds can be expected, along with some risk for a few tornadoes. Unless more discrete cells form ahead of the line, any tornado risk should be with embedded supercells. Well, that's cool. That helps out a lot. Totally. Basically saying we're stuck with what we have right now until things change. Seven, 6, 5. That looks good. Now if we just position it. Actually, if we go back to 6, that should be fine. That should work. That should be good. What level am I? I'm level 41. I'm about to be level 42. I just need to make sure I get all the evolutions done and like a million more Stardust. What's the latest? There's not really much. Right now we're editing stuff on our computer. That's the stage we're at with our stream. We are actively improving our own software rather than watching weather. Because that tornado warning just died out. Although that's going to be a new water spout. How crazy is that? Hold up. Excuse me. Excuse me. Unfortunately, we are unable to see said water spout. Because there are no cameras in that area. But there definitely could be a water spout in Lake Pontchartrain. Sure, we can be friends. We can be friends on Pokemon Go. I have no issues with that whatsoever. New Tornado Watch? What? They did issue a new Tornado Watch. Everyone, what probs do you guys want? It would probably be easier if I sent my code. Here. Pokemon Go. Okay. I have my code. My code is 365209231408. That's Pokemon Go. Alright. Hopefully everyone's done their duty of the prob game, because that is what I am going to be looking at right now. So if you didn't enter into the prob game, then that is your own fault. Okay, probability of 2 or more tornadoes is 60%. That's the first number. Probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes is 40%. So it is a 60-40 tornado watch. How about them apples? They didn't change anything. So let's see. Let's see if anyone got it right. First person that got it right is Connor. Connor Woods. He's actually the only one that did. Yeah, I agree, TRG. I thought it was going to be like 50-20 or 50-30. That was my thought process. St. John just got a tornado warning. They did before, and now it's canceled. So it's no longer warned at this time. Back to Hattiesburg. It's the live camera right now. That's kind of crazy, Toast. Do you get a prize? I wish. I wish I had like giveaways and stuff like that. But no, I just shout out people here. You put your code in chat. I'm not able to friend people at the moment because I'm currently streaming. That's the reason why I put my code in chat. Not popping off as well. Why so high? They just feel like the possibility is still there. Maybe for some supercells in the line to try and do some gnarly things. There is this one embedded supercell that is north of Covington that may try, but you never know. You never know. All right, so how thick is this dark blue? So that's 5. So if I go here, turn this to 5, I go here, and I turn this to 5. How cool does that look? It looks okay. So if I go to transform, edit transform, and I do that. Oh, God. I need to move it over to the right more. Now I'm faced with a dilemma, chat. I think I got it right the first time. Oh my God, I think I did it. Okay, I did it. I did it. The bottom is fixed. The bottom is fixed. I think we have a winner, chat. I think we have a winner. I think we have a winner. You do not see it. There we go. I'm going to put it in chat again. That is my friend code if you want to follow on Pokemon Go. That is it. Okay, so now what we do here, chat, is we take the stuff that we've done, we copy it, and then we put it in other areas. You guys ever wondered what it looks like underneath the bottom bar? It looks like that. It's not that interesting. We'll paste that. Boom. It's... There we go. Better. Bottom bar. Delete. Reference. It's going to disappear probably. How did I know? Fortnite was fun when it first started because everyone sucked. And that is the reason why everyone could have fun, is because everyone sucked. And it felt like you were playing against all sorts of people. And now there are just a bunch of sweats. By the way, there's going to be a water spout in the middle of Lake Pontchartrain. Might be something to watch out for if you're in Mandeville and Lacombe, because there could be a little spin up. It's possible. There are only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at this time, chat, and there is 1 snow squall warning. We are good. All right, so now we have done all of this stuff here. The bottom bar, at least for this, is fixed. That's good. We're good. Now, I will say, this is just me foreseeing potential future issues. But during hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings and storm surge warnings, that could be an issue. But it's fine. It's okay. Usually when there's a hurricane warning and stuff like that, there's also a tornado watch with it. Usually. And by the way, chat, that's not to say I was terrible at Fortnite. I was pretty good. I did competitions and stuff like that. But then I stopped for a few years. And now I don't know. After I've just went out, lived life, I just haven't really looked back. Where's the snow squall warning? It's more than likely in Nebraska. It is indeed in Nebraska. It is southwest of Lincoln. Okay, we have that there. Let's go down the line. Delete. And then paste reference again. Delete. Paste. Delete. Paste. We're going to be here for a good bit here, chat. So I apologize if this gets repetitive. You might hear more badooms more than you've ever heard in your life. At least within a short time period. That is a lot of rain and wind that is moving through Hattiesburg right above me, by the way, chat. I used to be a pretty big video game person, and now I've kind of toned it back a bit. I do play a lot of Rocket League, though. I do play a lot of Rocket League. Rocket League is fun. I'm like a borderline diamond / champ. But I still cannot air roll, and I play on a computer, on a keyboard and mouse. We are almost done here, chat. We have almost fixed all of our stuff. As I said, there's a lot. There is a lot. Good news is that it looks like those water spouts on our screen haven't really materialized to their full capabilities. At least in my opinion. And last one, I think. And there we go. I think we have the bottom bar functioning across all of our scenes. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, chat. We have to do it again. Ah! This is why you double check your stuff before you do it all. Nate's an idiot, chat. Nate is an idiot. But at least it looks pretty cool. I will admit, this does look really nice. I do have OCD at least a little bit. Error code out of memory? Yeah, my foot. Anyways. I think I've done it all. I think we're good. All we have to do is just redo it. But this looks nice. This looks nice. I enjoy it. I think it looks a lot nicer. See ya, April. You know what might be cool? Come on, please, stop freezing. Throw me a bone. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. And then we just edit this to the side. That's not bad, chat. I appreciate that, Chad. We're trying to do our best to give people the best quality we can while also talking chat. See you for a bit, April. See ya, see ya. You're in Laurel, Mississippi, and the weather is bad. Yeah, there's a little bit of some gusty winds that are approaching near you. I think this gives us an opportunity to move our radar over to Mobile. Radar scope is lagging behind. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, this doesn't look half bad. I kind of like it. Kind of like it, chat. It seems legit, Gaily. I had a cinnamon sugar, brown cinnamon sugar Pop Tart last night after my stream. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Now, I also want to see, is this the largest my camera can go? Because if the answer is no, and it looks like it's no, can I just do that? I sure can. Seems good enough to me, chat. That looks pretty good. You know, I can just organize it like this. Just go. Boop. And that should be fine. That should be okay. We've got a better camera, a wider angle so we can see me. Move this. Nah, this is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. That'll be good. A lot of severe wind across the board over here. Laurel, a lot of gusty winds that are surging on through with you guys right now, but I don't see anything really sustained tornadic wise. So just continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows if you can. Still this one supercell that is embedded here within this line north of Covington. I'm watching that pretty closely. As well as, of course, these water spouts that could try to make landfall up and down the coast. Just severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Nothing too crazy. How's it look for Midville, Georgia tonight? That's a good question. Tonight you're going to be good. Tomorrow you're going to get your strong damaging winds in the late morning. So watch out for that. Could see a couple spin ups. It's definitely possible, but I don't think it'll be too crazy. Who the heck is this? Weather IRDD. I don't even know who that is. Or what that camera is. Keep our camera over here in Hattiesburg. Alright, chat. We got to go through the gruesome copy and paste again. We got to do it twice over as well. That's the crappy thing. Sorry, chat. We gotta go over it again. Trust me, when this gets done, we'll be good. We'll be good for at least a good month or two before we decide to add more stuff to our layout. Did I see your message? No, I've been paying attention to the side thing over here. My apologies. That's some good lightning. What is my favorite dinner when tracking storms? I don't really have one. I just have my favorite dinner, period, and that would be Japanese hibachi. I made myself some Japanese fried rice yesterday. It's pretty good. Let's see if it loads. Cool whip. That's nice. Well, it doesn't exactly look like the storms produced water spouts and made them make landfall, but there are some pretty gusty winds that are approaching the Lacombe and the Slidell area. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is definitely possible within that. Once again, we're kind of still at the stage of just, it's all meh. Cool. All right. We're still on pace. Almost done, chat. Almost done with this bloom and this bloom and this bloom again. Actually, I could just mute the desktop audio. Watch this. Boom. Now you don't have to hear the bloom anymore. Now I hear it. New Orleans radar is down. Well, that's not good. It's also not convenient. All right, and then we go here. All right, I think we got it. The bloom is nostalgic. Well, that's nice. Fine. A lot of gusty winds with this, too. When will this hit central Alabama? Sometime around 10 or 11 tonight. Sometime around then. No problem, Spider. Can I check? Did the cape update? That is a good question. The 3 cape did. It's just been kind of shoved further and further off the coast. Mixed layer cape, it did update, but not anything substantial. Which sounds about right. Some rotation forming on that supercell. Heading into Picayune. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation that's trying to poke out. Hey, if there were any storms that are gonna do it, it would be this area right here. It would be this area right there. Can I look at the cell near Grand Isle? Over here? It's pretty far away from the radar, but it does have a little bit of rotation. That would be where the 3 cape and vorticity is at. 7 confirmed tornadoes today so far. Well, there you go. This is a tornado outbreak. Whoop-de-doo, chat. So, chat, I also need a an idea. So, if you know anything about me, okay, I like things to be, you know, pretty clear cut. Okay. You can tell my OCD is definitely an OCD. So, I'll be honest, as I scratch my screen because I found a little piece of debris on it. I kind of want to figure out what to do with this area right here. I kind of want to figure that out. Okay, I'm doing us all a favor and I'm moving this to the other. There we go. Cool. So see that blue area right there? See that blue box? That's right there. I kind of want to fill something in it, but I don't know what. So chat, I feel like it'd be good because sharing is caring. To try and figure out some ideas. What I can do with that. Part of me wants to put like a little scroll ticker that has all my members on it. Another part of me wants to put like a latest sub or latest member, something like that. But I kind of want to put something there. And then when I do, I would take away that. I would move this black bar. You know what? You know what, chat? Watch this. Watch this here, chat. We're going to do some magic. You know, that looks all right, I think. It's almost good. Okay, that works. So that works right there. And now what we do is we make this size gargantuan. Like 20065. That's a new tornado warning. So kind of like that.
Tornado warning for Central Clark County in east central Mississippi.
See that? Kind of like that. That's a new tornado warning for Clark County. That's in near Quitman. Little area of rotation that is near Quitman over there. Little area of rotation that's near Waynesboro too. How many % chance do you give for the next system to have severe weather? You talking about this weekend? If you're talking about this weekend, there's probably a good, I don't know, 70% chance. Something like that. As I said, I don't really make those real specific predictions until I look into it really extensively, or if I get to the models that are just a couple days before. Put your fundings made from this stream. I'm not sure if I can get that up here, unfortunately. Because I have so many different ways into which people could support the channel. I would just have to be able to tell at the end of the stream. As soon as we get the how to read radar up, I'm excited about doing our giveaway. All right, we've got all the money we need to do the giveaway. All we need to do is just upload the how to read radar video, which will take about a month probably, something like that. It'll be pretty cool. Looks like that rotation that was near Quitman just died out pretty quickly. So Clark County, if you're in Clark County near Quitman and Snell here in Mississippi, I recommend you guys get indoors, stay away from windows. There's going to be a new tornado warning for Clark County and Wayne County here pretty soon. I feel like every single event we have Wayne County, all right, and Waynesboro that always gets something. So, yeah, so the current plan when it comes to the radar, there's going to be at least 3 different episodes, probably 4. 3 different videos or 4 different videos in the entire series. One is going to be an oversimplified version of how to read radar from a just, you know, a reflectivity velocity correlation coefficient standpoint. One is going to be a detailed version of how to read radar with correlation coefficient, velocity, reflectivity, and differential reflectivity, which is ZDR. And then another is going to be a how to read radar winter version. Pretty cool. And then another is going to be how to read radar advanced, which takes the stuff that we've learned from what we know about the radar and the products of the radar that we talked about. So reflectivity, velocity, correlation coefficient, differential reflectivity. We add KDP, and we go into how you can look at specific characteristics of supercells and thunderstorms. Stuff like that. I've only barely done it, Daniel. I've only barely done it. It doesn't look fun, but in theory it's fun. Not the math. I'm talking about actually understanding radar. Math is going to drive me insane. Okay. What in the world is going on? Well, that's cool. Anyways. Sell near Waynesboro, maybe ramping up. It definitely is. Waynesboro is definitely ramping up in its own way. There's a new tornado warning, probably for Wayne County.
Tornado warning for southwestern Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Washington County in southwestern Alabama, central Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi.
Well, there's your tornado warning for the storm, and it is going to cross over into Alabama. So there you are. It has definitely been spinning up for quite some time. You know, honestly, chat, I think we need to get like a sky camera in Waynesboro. If someone could get a sky camera in Waynesboro, Mississippi, there always seems to be something. Always seems to be something that is happening near Waynesboro every single year. If you put a sky camera in Waynesboro, Waynesboro, Mississippi. Hey Siri, how many people reside in Waynesboro, Mississippi?
In 2020, the population of Waynesboro was 4,567.
That's not a whole lot of people. Thank you, Siri. 4,567 people. Can I check the 300 millibar wind shear for this weekend? I'm not checking anything this weekend right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it. CC drop? I'd wait another scan. Like a Bassfield Cam 2. That probably would work. I've seen more stuff go through. Well, they have a camera in Mount Carmel, I believe. I think they put a camera finally in Mount Carmel. So that's kind of close enough. But I think they should put a camera. Someone should get a camera, a live camera that functions for the general public or for us. That would be cool too. in Waynesboro. As your phone answered the question. How many other people had their Siri answer that question? There was this one time I was on the phone with Squishy, and I asked her Amazon like a question on purpose, and it actually answered back. It was pretty cool. Her Amazon Echo. She had to turn it off afterwards because I kept asking it questions. It was pretty funny. I am so supportive. Looks like the rotation is heading off to the north and west of Waynesboro. Eventually get pretty close to the Huani area as well. But it looks like it's heading off to like the north and east. I don't know why they issued the polygon like that. It's kind of like going this way. It's a CC drop. Yeah, there it is. There's your CC drop. That is indeed a tornado in progress. See, I saw this down here, and I was like, I don't think that's debris. This, however, seems more realistic. That seems like a tornado in progress and on the ground right now. So if you know anyone that lives near Waynesboro and Huani, they need to get into their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That's pretty funny. Y'all are creative, chat. There's another area of rotation over here near Richton that I would watch out for. But it does look like there is a tornado in progress that is just to the west of Waynesboro, northwest of Waynesboro here. This spot right there. Where the heck did my thing go? Sheesh. Second tornado warning on the ground. Really? I don't see it. I'd need a new scan. The one near Waynesboro definitely is on the ground. The one up near Quitman isn't, though. Give me a new scan, please. The answer is no, it's not going to give me a new scan. If you live near Huani and Waynesboro, as well as Matherville, areas north of Denham, you need to get in your safe space here in Mississippi. Well, there's the new scan. There's the larger debris signature. This is absolutely a tornado. This might be one of your strong tornadoes. Maybe not a strong, a big-time tornado, but this is definitely one of your stronger tornadoes to this event. Debris gets lofted up. to almost 10,000 feet, chat. Definitely gets lofted up to 7,200 feet. That is absolutely a tornado in progress. This is going to get very close to State Highway 63. And this will also get very close to US Highway 45. So please get in your safe space if you haven't already. As once again, this is a tornado that is in progress right now. So what correlation coefficient basically shows us, chat, is as the scan just dies out, this basically looks at whether or not we're looking at rain. So all this red here, this is all rain. But these yellows, these greens, these blues, when you start to introduce stuff that's not rain, the radar can see that. And it can be able to tell the difference in regards to shape and size. So when you add a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Washington County in southwestern Alabama, northeastern Perry County in southeastern Mississippi, southern Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi, northern Greene County in southeastern Mississippi.
What? Richton? New tornado warning for Richton? New tornado warning for Richton. If you're in Richton, you need to get in your safe space. If you're in Battles, State Line, Buckatuna, Chicora, Clara, if you're in those areas over here in Mississippi, get in your safe space if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So, as I said, if it's red, it's rain. But if you introduce other stuff such as debris, dust, chaff, smoke, anything that's really not rain, you can start to skew what the radar sees, and the correlation coefficient goes down. And so what we have here is a low correlation coefficient, which is indicating that we have, or we had, a tornado that is going to be heading off very close to Huani. If you're in Huani, you need to get in your safe space, because this thing, in my opinion, I think has occluded. I think this thing has detached from the parent supercell. The trajectory of this tornado takes it across Highway 84 and up to Highway 63. So Shibuya and Huani definitely need to watch out. Still debris there. There's still a tornado in progress here as it crosses over the state highway. So that's over near Richton. It's kind of gusting out a little bit more, but I can see what they were looking for the chance of a spin up. I definitely think that is possible. But that's where they would be looking at. Still looks like the rotation is getting very close to Huani here soon. This would be where the remnants of it would be. If you're in Huani, don't go outside. A lot of this debris that is up in the air from this tornado, if this tornado dies, that debris is going to have to come back down to the ground eventually. And so there's a very good chance that some of that debris could be fallen down right near where Hawani could be. Maybe even a little bit further. Buck-a-tuna. Or Buck-a-tuna. I'm not sure Richton is on the ground, by the way. I don't think it is. Doesn't look like that to me. Because if we look through Mobile's radar, doesn't say so. Yeah, I don't think Richton's on the ground through Mobile's radar. We're looking up about 3,000 feet. Jackson's radar looks up about 7,000 feet. Mobile can co-confirm that it was a tornado that occurred northwest of Waynesboro, heading into Hawaii, and it still has some debris. But the rotation is definitely weakening. There's the latest scan. Debris still in the air with that storm as it heads into Hawaii. It looks like the rotation in itself is not as significant, though. But still, stay indoors, stay away from windows. If this thing dies or if this thing is still on the ground, it is going to be moving right over your area. And the debris's got to come down somehow. Especially if it's been lofted up in the air. That's crazy. So Brad got involved in a hit and run. Because the person didn't... Wow. He rear-ended Brad Arnold and then fled the scene. Sheesh. Did he get his license plate? I'm not too sure. I wonder if the camera actually did get his license plate. Like right now, it was about an hour ago. He was on I-55 near Amite City. Drove him right into the guardrail. Definitely some tough stuff. Sorry about that, Kay. My condolences. I think the first warning, am I seeing anything from it? I'd have to look at the Jackson radar in order to be able to see something from it, so let me take a look. It does look interesting, I will say that much. But I don't see anything on the ground as of this time. Is Brad okay? Yeah, Brad's okay. He's safe. He's unharmed. It's just taking a little bit of damage. People are too concerned about accepting responsibility and not accepting responsibility to the point to where everyone who gets in those types of accidents and is afraid of it, they just run. They aren't able to really handle it. One from Quitman, is there anything? No, I don't really see a whole lot. There is a little bit of rotation, but it's not. I think a lot of strong damaging winds could be associated with that. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a new tornado warning in Alabama just to be safe. But there's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings out in front of it anyways, so I kind of think it'll be fine. Well, these warnings will exist for a good bit of time. The only one that doesn't exactly exist for longer is this warning that had the actual tornado near Waynesboro. This warning expires at the top of the hour. A little surprised about that, but if that thing continues to look interesting, it probably will get extended. We are starting to get into a dead zone for radar. There's a radar hole. It's kind of stuck in between 3 or 4 different radars. So we have, if we go over to reflectivity, radar right here, radar right here, right here, 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 and then all the way up here. You guys can barely see it, but it's off your screen. But right in here, there is always a lack of coverage. It's in between all those radars, and so there are some gaps that sometimes are pretty unavoidable. You know, that might be a decent idea. Chat. If I can. Oh, goodness gracious. If I can fit it. not sure it may work. I don't know. Doesn't look like it is going to, which kind of sucks. How many tours have we had? If we're talking about actual tornadoes that have been confirmed today, someone said 7, but now it would be 8. Sheesh. A lot of wind and spotty hail up here. Frame rate might have. Maybe my yawns caused the frame rate drops. Will there be a tornado risk when it hits Georgia? Not a significant one, but there will be at least a little bit of a risk. I should be up by then to stream for when those storms pass on through. I should be able to, at least. Equipment warning has been canceled. Yeah, that's not too surprising. Not surprising to me, at least. If I go to just widgets. Sponsor banner? Oh. I think that could be kind of cool. We could actually put that right there. That's good enough. Right next to my face. Cool. Good enough. Hate this dead area? Yeah, it's hard to be able to see what's going on. It is definitely something something. How do you pronounce Lamau? Is it Lmao? I do Lamau. Just a chat question. Chat, answer the mods question, because that's a valid question to ask. Still looks like the storm that went near Waynesboro is still trying to be somewhat tornadic. It's just now over into Alabama now. It's the Silas area. I get that. I get that. Like the band. Sorry for party rockin'. Party rockin's in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. I'm not saying the other song that I know of. uh What's the environment like in Alabama? Meh. Not the greatest. Definitely wind shear driven. Convective available potential energy is definitely higher the closer you get to the coastline. Other than that, it's just kind of bleh. I was gonna whistle it, and then I decided I'm not gonna. Looks like maybe the cell that's just east of Richton, west of state line, approaching the battles area. Maybe that still has a good chance to try and be tornadic. Really? He's now playing pro tennis? I never knew that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I do think this storm that's northwest of state line is very interesting. It is a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas chat. Why did they issue this severe thunderstorm warning? Are they warning for this line that is approaching New Orleans? I don't know. It looks weird. The New Orleans radar is down. It looks like it's down. Baby, are you down, 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 down? Yep, it is down. The New Orleans radar is down. So New Orleans is basically done with their severe risk, pretty much. Slidell's about to. Mandeville got 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts over there, almost 70. But you guys are good. I so want to make a parody of that song about the radar being down. I'm not smart enough to do that. I probably could do it, but that's probably a new tornado warning that's going to come here soon near Beaumont, Mississippi. which would head near Neely and Leakesville. If you live over there, please be advised there might be a little spin up near that area. Noah, why is the radar? Noah, why is the radar down? Yeah, 2 areas of rotation. Just the 1 tornado warning at this time, though. As the Waynesboro warning, as someone said in chat, has been canceled. As I said, I wasn't sure if they were going to issue a new tornado warning. They did issue a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of it, so it was kind of hard to say, but there is there. What happened to your warning readouts, Nate? I mean, it's not... Those ones still work. And then the tornado warning readouts, I'm not sure if you guys ever... I'm not sure if you guys heard the ones. Did I ever put up posts about why I was gone for so long? I'm going to be doing it soon. The unfortunate thing about last week and the week before is that my mom went to the hospital. So I did, for obvious reasons, I did not get a chance to do it. It will be done, though. It will be done. And for those who ask, my mom is fine. She had her gallbladder removed and she had a bunch of stones taken out of her. She's in the process of recovering and she's been going to a bunch of doctor's appointments. They're going to try and figure out if everything is good with her or if there's additional work that needs to be done. But she's home. She's walking around. She's not as in pain as she was before. Oh my gosh, Trevor. Oh my god. Oh boy. Which radar should you use for the warning? Mobile. The other one is down. New Orleans is not functioning. The storm over here near Beaumont and Neely is one that I'm watching very closely. Could potentially try to be tornadic. The other one that's up north near state line, though, might be just either getting out further away from the radar, making it difficult for us to see specifics, or it could just be gusting out. Either or, it doesn't look very attractive in regards to the tornado producing department. A lot of strong, severe thunderstorms that are going to be moving through into the Burlington and the Bay St. Louis areas, as well as Gulfport. I did do the Cape update. I did not do wind shear. I just did Cape because wind shear is already strong. It's already pretty mental on its own right. So I have no reason to check the wind shear. Wind shear doesn't really change too much from the models. Cape does. Thermodynamics is always one of the hardest things to be able to figure out. Is this a bust? If it depends upon who you ask. First off, we're not done with the event all the way up until probably midnight. Or beyond midnight, honestly. It'll move into portions of Georgia. And by the time it gets past Atlanta, it will be completely, not completely, but it will be for the most part kind of down. But it did have a few tornadoes, including one strong tornado in my opinion. So I think it kind of verified. That's if you knew based off of last night what could have happened. Yeah, I appreciate that, Camden. Can I get a hail report update? Still nothing major? I don't believe so. I don't think there's been a hail report today. There has been one tornado report. Oh, I'm sorry. There was, in the filtered reports, there is one tornado report and one hail report. So the hail report is unchanged. They ended up raiding the tornado that was near Shreveport. It was just east of the Texas-Louisiana state line. It was an EF1. They just raided it. Like, I don't know. Good bit ago. That is also a significant wind report that is over near Houston. I kind of want to know what that is. Mesonet Station, Harris County Flood Control, 2 miles east-northeast of Hillshire Village, 79-mile-an-hour winds. That's what it was. And it wasn't even near any of the main storms. How crazy is that? Well, anyways. Looks like the rotation that was near Neely and Beaumont has weakened a bit. Just a little bit. It did have rotation. Storm near Battles and State Lines still looks like it's trying to be gusty. 7 minutes left on that tornado warning before it expires. Okay. I think we're good on that. I can delete that. My phone is at 20%. Ada, Oklahoma tornado confirmed. That had to have been probably from last night. Do I think the tornado threat will diminish any when it gets to the panhandle? I think after it passes Panama City, it will. But Panama City and West, I think, will still be in the peak of the tornado risk, which could last into the nighttime. That's what I believe. Woof. All right, in 4 minutes when this warning expires. Actually, they're probably going to issue a new tornado warning. I think they could potentially issue a new tornado warning near Saucier in Harrison County. That'd be north of Gulfport. It'd be north of Biloxi. Yeah, look at that little thing. Definitely trying to spin just a little bit. It's got a little spin to it. A little spin. We don't have the exclamation point wolf command on here. Unless if, well, it's not working for regular members. It works for mods. We'll have to see what the next velocity scan says. You're gonna steal. What are you going to steal, Michael? What are you going to steal? Where is he? Oh yeah, that's cooking. Goodbye. Gonna be a tornado near Saucier. Gonna happen. Ouch. Yeah, if you're near Saucier, if you're near Howison, if you're in the northern portions of Harrison County, near State Highway 67, State Highway 15, you definitely need to watch. You know what? This could also probably be our SIG tour, too. Could potentially see a SIG tour from this. It could be possible if this thing tries to maintain an open environment out in front. Because it doesn't have a whole lot of storms to try and impede it. It's got all this open air. This could be one of those storms here, chat. This could be one of those storms. Will. I just saw what you posted on Twitter and you added me. That's pretty funny. Yeah, this is absolutely an area to watch here. I really do believe that we could see a spin up. And we actually have spectrum width drop here. Do we have any cameras that could be near this. What in the heck did it just do? No debris signature yet, if it did produce. Camera site cannot be found. Well, that's wonderful, isn't it? Good news here, chat. Tornado warning has now expired for that cell on the border of Alabama and Mississippi. So that's good. Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? My goodness. I'm going home, Michael. I'm going home. Where are your parents? That kid's sketchy. Back to you. It's not a debris signature near Saucier at this time. I do not believe it is. It does have some decent velocities, though. That's not bad. It needs to be better, though. Earlier, it had a way better signal. Sheesh, my poor Columbus Blue Jackets. They're getting spanked by the Lightning. Am I going to do more hurricane coverage? This year I am. Last year I didn't because I took an elongated break from social media. Social media was just not it. A bunch of other stuff surrounding social media was not it. We're making sure that you guys over there in Gulfport and Biloxi are all right. Right now, things are pretty good for you all. Just some storms that are marching its way through. See you, Camden. Night. Have some good rest, some good sleep. Is a tornado on the ground? It was on the ground. Now it's off the ground, I guess. We can change our title. We can go back to just tornado coverage. Strong tornado coverage. So that was a new update there. Doesn't look as if there's anything on the ground at this time with that storm. But there is still some pretty decent rotation. wait, should play Minecraft again? Maybe when I... Jackson, Harrison,
Tornado warning
George.
for southeastern St. Bernard Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
What?
Northwestern Plaquemines Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Excuse me. You know what we can do, chat? If New Orleans radar is not going to function, I know what will function. I lied. I don't know what will function, apparently, chat. That is the new tornado warning for Point de la Hatch into Deer Range, Plaquemines Parish, St. Bernard Parish. If you know anyone that lives near Point de la Hatch, watch out. TMSY works. It definitely didn't for me. This is what I got for TMSY. It definitely doesn't. Off, on. Now it works. What the heck? I turned it off and turned it back on. It works. It just works. Because it's got some new scans that just came in. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Nola's back on... Wait, what do you mean Nola's back online? Bruh. Anyways, we're just going to use these. This radar is probably the better one to use. But we definitely got some good rotation with this. I mean, look at this. Greens and blues moving towards the radar. Reds moving away. Point de la Hatch and Deer Range over here in Louisiana need to watch out. People are saying KHDC is working. Please tell me it is working. Plaquemines. It does work. Well, there we go. And the actual rotation in itself has now passed Phoenix, Point de la Hatch, and Deer Range. So now it's only going to be heading into the St. Bernard Parish areas now. So if you live in St. Bernard Parish near Yuskloski, I think that's how that's pronounced. Or if you live southeast of that, somewhere over here near the water, or near, I guess that's Louisiana 624. Gonna have to watch out. KLIX is the old radar. Do not use KLIX. So once again, tornado warning over here, with really two areas of rotation to watch out for. I'm happy to be back, Michael. Happy to be back. It'd be cool if they got rid of KLIX on GR2 and GR Earth, but here we are. We cannot apparently get both. Well, if there's any good news that came from the rotation that was near Saucier, it did gust out. And it doesn't look like it produced a tornado. That's probably the best case scenario right there. But it's still there in spirit. It's still got a good supercell. We still got to watch out. Yeah, as I said, I'm going to mispronounce some town names and some city names. You guys feel free to fix that for me, but you know, I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best to get some of those town names decent. No promises, though, chat. No promises. Still some pretty decent rotation over here near Phoenix and Point a la Hatch. The rotation is about to cross over State Highway 23 and State Highway 39. Saucier, Saucier? That's how it's pronounced? Saucier? Oh, goodness gracious. Alright, I appreciate that. That is not what I would have expected. Saucier. See ya, Kaylee. Head to bed. Get some rest. You definitely need it, Chief. You definitely need it. Is that a CC drop? I kind of doubt it, but I'll wait for another scan. I kind of doubt it, though. No one pronounces Mobile correctly the first time. Oh, I know. Everyone thinks because gas, mobile. No. I'm pretty sure it's Mobile. What the heck happened here? Birds? Birds. Or smoke. Or both. We're looking at San Antonio's radar. What in the world? Probably dust or birds. Yeah, because you can see which stuff is actually smoke and which stuff is not. Like, this is smoke. 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 Radar thinks this all is smoke or dust. And then all of a sudden... This is definitely birds right here. You see this stuff? Birds or bats. See how it just goes... Cool weather stuff. You pronounce it Saucier? We're going to go with Saucier then. Saucier sounds pretty decent. Yeah, that is some radar stuff right there. Let's go back to the main radar with these storms that are starting to get pretty close to Gulfport. And actually, I think we have some cameras that are over here in Gulfport. It might actually be cooler to look at the camera that's in Biloxi. That's looking west. Okay. So let's do this. Copy. Bottom stuff we can get rid of. There we go. That looks good enough. This is Biloxi. It looks pretty tame. Looks pretty tame for right now. What if we go to some of the other cameras? Oh. So that's Bay St. Louis that we just saw. So that's Bay St. Louis. Silver Slipper. Hancock Whitney. We need Scarlet Pearl Casino. Scarlet Pearl Casino. Well, there's the Scarlet Pearl Casino. That definitely looks a little interesting out in the distance. Very interesting indeed. Looks like a lot of wind for the most part. There might be a little spin up northeast of Saussure, south of Bendale, as that supercell is definitely trying to supercell again. I would not be surprised if we had a tornado warning for George County in Mississippi. So do not be surprised. I'll show you guys here again as here's our little mini supercell trying to wrap up. There's our velocity couplet. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle. Is where the tornadic rotation would be. It would be heading over towards the Agricola area, as well as the Loosedale area, and the Wilmer area here, right on the border of Alabama and Mississippi. What's up, Sean? Nice to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscaloosa, isn't it? I'm going to take my radar that's over in Jackson and put it over to Birmingham's radar. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to go over to New Orleans radar, take a look at the Port Sulphur and the Point de la Hatch storm. And I mean, it looks like it could have been a debris signature. It looks like it may be a debris signature. But the radar is also giving us a lot of fits right now. So it's hard to say for certain. From ZDR, it doesn't look like it, but... well, it might be. It could be a CC signature. Tomorrow's day, gonna have a thunderstorm? That's pretty cool. Depends upon where you're at, Sean. Depends upon where you are at. Yeah, we do have some storms that are heading into the Tuscaloosa area. If you know anyone that lives near Tuscaloosa or north of that on Highway 43, probably is a good idea for you to stay indoors, stay away from windows, at least while the storm is pushing about. And you know what? You bring up a valid point, Blonde Vulpix. We should go look at some more stuff of people who might live in some of these areas. I want to check back at this rotation, though. I do not see anything tornadic at this time with that storm, so that's good. Storms are now starting to move into Gulfport and Biloxi. So that'll be something to watch. I don't blame you, Caden. I don't blame you. I do not blame you at all. Interesting. All right, let's take a look at the location checklist here. See all the different people. Brandon, Mississippi is good. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Wildwood is fine. I'm pretty sure this is PA. 17201. I'm pretty sure that is PA. That's Chambersburg. Chambersburg, you're in the same boat as I am, buddy. We're not getting too much stuff. Whoever put in Chambersburg, we're not getting a whole lot. $65775. West Plains, Missouri. Really, it's going to be just a lot of rain. I don't see too much stuff for you guys. New convective outlook came out, by the way. We'll take a look at that here in a bit. A lot of rain, a lot of wind. Might see a little bit of snow tomorrow as well. You're in Gainesville, Virginia. Gainesville, Virginia. Oh, that's like near Haymarket. Yeah, you guys can probably see some gusty winds. Sometime around noon. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. Go back to our radar here to double check. It still looks like the storms that are going through Gulfport and Biloxi look sub-severe from radar. But we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. It's gusting 50 to 60 in Mobile already. Probably because of the bay. But yeah. That's crazy, James. I'll look at it in a bit. Delete that response. 27886. It's another forecast here that we have. 27886. That's Tarboro. That is east of Rocky Mount. That's north of Greenville. So you guys are going to get a lot of severe weather tomorrow. A lot of strong damaging winds. The chance for tornadoes is also definitely there. It would be in the afternoon. The afternoon to early evening. I'm thinking around 4, 5, 6. You guys are definitely at the peak or where the most intense activity could be there in North Carolina. Biloxi, I mean, we're watching Biloxi right now as we speak. Biloxi is right next to where these storms are at. It looks like we'll be dealing with these thunderstorms for a while here in Biloxi. It looks like we will be dealing with these storms for a good while. It may take 30 minutes for these storms to actually clear out once you finally get into the actual big parts of the storm. But other than that, I mean, it doesn't really seem too strong. But we'll keep looking at it. 16508 is the next forecast that we have here. That is Erie, PA. Erie has the potential for some thunderstorms tomorrow in the early afternoon. But they wouldn't be very strong, and if anything, the risk of snow the next day on Thursday would probably be a little bit more of the risk that I would watch out for. So, yeah, you should be all right. Should be good. I'm assuming that's Orlando, Florida. Orlando, Florida, as of recent, within some of the models, the actual activity for Orlando has trended down. I want to double check to see if that's true. But based off of what I've seen from some of the models with Orlando, it's actually trended down. Ignore the weird and crappy camera angle for right now. Yeah, the severe threat for Orlando is not that significant tomorrow, but if you were going to see some stuff, your strongest activity would be sometime around noon, maybe a little bit after that, near the 1 o'clock hours. Will I be live tomorrow? Yes, I will most certainly be live tomorrow. Easily. Did they issue a new... No, they just updated that. That's interesting. Let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warning approaching Tuscaloosa now. As I mentioned, strong damaging winds are heading into that area, as well as places near Samantha, I-20, and I-59. They will eventually head out into the rural areas of Tuscaloosa County. Man, is this map creepy. I'll tell you what, this map is so creepy because I'm pretty sure this has some of the outdated. This map is kind of outdated in a way. The reason why I say that is because it's been a while since we've had, or I should say, I think it's been a while since this map has been updated, because it still has the scar of several tornadoes that have been in and around that area. I can see it. That's why I'm just like, man, this thing is scary to look at every single time I go over here. I think with northward extent, the severe risk becomes less prominent. So that is something to note. There is a report here of a tree at an empty lot that was blown down. No property damage or injuries, which is good. But some strong damaging winds out ahead of that line that's approaching Tuscaloosa and eventually Birmingham. Man, this thing is still trying to be a supercell. This thing right here that is south of Loosedale. The causeway in Mobile is starting to flood. Again? Again? Hold up. Well, we are now at the part of the stream where we go idiot watching. And of course, I'll have radar up on the side here for Biloxi. So for the person who lives, or actually, I think it's just in a hotel over there, we'll be keeping an eye out for that. But now we are going idiot watching to see if people are willing to drive through flooded roadways. Well, we found one. That's an idiot. It was on this stream. We watched people drive in the flooded roadways. And then someone got stuck in this same spot. As I said, just idiots. So that's an idiot right there. Yes, I'm still watching. Actually, is there... There has to be other cameras here too. You would think. Unfortunately, the quality of this particular camera is not the greatest. But I think it's just this one. I think this is... I thought we had two cameras. But no. This is the only one. The one Florida restaurant. The Teeny Martini. So, the funny part about it is that stream is no longer up. I need to find if they have a new stream for that. Because, yeah. Salt water is great for the underside of your vehicle. Really. Really. Okay. Sure. Tell me how well that works out for you. Storms are now starting to go through Biloxi at this time. Or at least they're about to. Interesting. Yeah, there are currently no severe thunderstorm warnings for Biloxi or Gulfport. Yes, I'm still watching. So that's the good news there. There's going to be a tornado warning here in George County, though. Just real quickly here, chat. Absolutely going to be a tornado. Absolutely going to be a tornado just to the west of Agricola and south of Loosedale. If this doesn't produce a tornado, it tells me all I need to know about tonight's event. All I need to know. But this thing is definitely going to try and produce a tornado. Pink's moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards. The velocity stacking in the correct way. Yeah. This thing is something that we've been watching for quite some time. It tried to do stuff near Socher. And now it's just kind of... Yes, I'm still watching. And now it's just kind of moving about. This is attempt number 3 at a tornado within the storm. I do not see a debris signature, fortunately. A lot of people are saying, here comes the SIG. I really do believe the tornado that was near Waynesboro could have been the SIG. But this is probably another one if it ends up trying to get stronger. It's hard to say for certain, but this is definitely one that I would personally watch very closely. In Okaloosa, how does it look? Okaloosa. Are we talking Louisiana? You guys are good. What about Okaloosa? Florida. Okaloosa, Florida. Like Crestview, you guys are definitely going to see your activity a lot later on tonight. I definitely do think you guys could see some stuff. Who in the heck? Oh, we do have a camera over in Biloxi. If it works. It may never work. Who knows? The world may never know, chat. The world may never know. We'll see a new velocity scan, though. That is what we do know. We'll see that soon. It should be somewhere right here. Should have crossed State Highway 63. And that is kind of what it does look like. Yeah, you definitely would be getting your stuff a lot later on tonight. Okay. Just had to check to make sure if there was a tornado on the ground or not. So, ignore the camera angle. It's bad. I know. So... I need to fix this, don't I? Ugh. It's fine. It's fine. It works. It just works. We can just move it up and down when we need to. Okay, so you guys would be getting your stuff sometime around 1 in the morning Eastern. 12 Central. Sometime around that time frame. At least according to what this current model is saying. All the way up here. So just something to consider on that front. Folks that may be in Tallahassee, I know I have some people that watch the stream over there. 5 a.m. is when you guys could probably get your stuff. Panama City, 3 a.m. Central, or not Central, Eastern. So just wanted to make that note there. As I mentioned, this storm that is northwest of Agricola, that's probably a tornado warning for George County.
Tornado warning for northwestern Mobile County in southwestern Alabama, southeastern George County in southeastern Mississippi.
There you go, chat. There you go. Now, there's your tornado warning. Clear as day. We've been on this thing since well before it was warned. Clear as day. Unless if you're in Texas, then it may not be as clear. Big dust storm that's down there and stuff like that. But yeah, this is a embedded supercell in a line. It doesn't look like it's going to be hitting the main part of Mobile, so that is going to be the good news for the folks that may live over there. But this storm up here will be heading over to the Wilmer area, the Chunchula area, the Gulf Crest area, and the Creola areas, if you live over there. Yes, I am still watching. Is that a semi that's going to try and drive through that flood? That coastal flooding? Is that a semi that's going to... People got places to go, apparently. They're going to risk driving through seawater in order to be able to get to where they need to go. There you have it. There you have it. Of course they will. North of Atlanta is good. They should be all right, but we will probably be live still by the time storms get near your area. Storms are now starting to move through Biloxi at this time. They look so disorganized to the point to where they basically kind of just look like thunderstorms. It's not really anything severe. Well, that looks like a debris signature to me. Caleb mentioned it in chat. Toast mentioned it in chat. I took my eyes away from it for 2 seconds, and it does look like it did produce a little tornado here. It does look like it did produce a little tornado right here. This little yellow area on correlation coefficient tells us that what we're looking at is not rain, but instead it is something else with rain. Usually when you correlate that with the rotation of a tornadic thunderstorm, which you can see here with our Doppler velocities, our reds moving away from the radar, our greens moving towards, we definitely have a sign, at least to me, that we had a tornado. And we may still have a tornado on the ground. What will be happening in southwestern PA, western Maryland tomorrow? Some just storms, spotty storms, I should say. Some people might not even get storms. Some wind. That's it, pretty much. If you're north of Agricola, if you're northwest of Wilmer, near US Highway 98 on the border of Alabama and Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space immediately. This is a tornado that looks to potentially be on the ground. It looks like it's on the ground, in my opinion. And it probably was on the ground for a very brief time period. Very brief time period. I'm assuming the next velocity scan, we'll probably see less greens and reds touching over here. Well, we saw less reds, but we saw more greens. We also saw more of a bowing segment, too. So maybe this thing is starting to kind of just gust out a little bit more. If we see maybe a little bit more reds on this side, we could be talking about a stronger tornado than what we just had. So I wouldn't count this thing out quite yet, chat. I think this thing is still trying to end up being tornadic, even beyond what it was just doing. Let's look back real quickly at our severe thunderstorm warning in Tuscaloosa County, where we could potentially be seeing maybe a little spin up that could be possible. I think this might be just the left mover part of this line, though. How a storm decided to split in the line, I have no idea, chat, but it looks like there could potentially be a little spin up that's possible here near the Gorgas, the Summelton, the Adamsville, as well as the rural parts of Walker and Jefferson County here in Alabama. So back to our tornado warning here. Once again, after this moves through portions of Agricola, or areas north of Agricola, and into Highway 98, this will move into Alabama here, guys. This will move north of Mobile to the Chinchula area and the Gulf Crest area here, near Highway 45. Was it an active day? No, not really. Not really. Yes, I am still watching. Man, these people just don't give up, do they? This is live near Mobile. That is not what I wanted. This is still pretty cool. Goodness gracious. Look at that. It still looks pretty cool. That's not bad. The rotation is starting to die out a little bit. Just a little bit. I might use this more often. What about Sumter County in southwest Georgia? Yes, we're still watching. Sumter County, I gotta find. Oh, that's like near Americus. You guys will probably see some damaging winds overnight, probably sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning. So I would watch out. This semi is really going to try it. With some flooding and some strong winds, he's really going to try it. And this other semi is going to try and go around on the shoulder. Yeah, not a great idea, buddy. Just follow in line if you are going to cross that. I wouldn't cross that, period. How bad do I think this spring is going to be for Dixie Alley? Meh. I think it could be bad for April. May and beyond won't be that bad. March is the typical month when there actually is stuff in Dixie, so that's typical. The only thing it wasn't typical for was last year. Last year was an anomaly. That's how I view it. Rotation is dying on the storm, but I'm still watching this very closely. It probably could recycle. It probably could. Man, is this a sad excuse of a storm in Biloxi. It's not really looking too great. Storm is just not doing anything. It's raining. Might be a little bit breezy. That's it. Yep, these people are stupid. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Let's drive through flooded roadways and potentially get my car stuck. And this is why we laugh at some people for being idiots. Because we try to warn them, but it's just ignorance. Intentional ignorance. I'm not even sure if that's a thing. Fox 10 News in Mobile has confirmed that it was a tornado south of Loosedale. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I don't think this tornado is on the ground as of this time, as it now moves off into Alabama. So the Mississippi portion of George County, well, there's only one portion of George County. It is in Mississippi. But George County, Mississippi is good from the tornado risk. So Loosedale, Agricola, you guys are fine. But now it's going to start to head into Mobile County near Gulf Crest and Chinchula. Yes, we are still watching. How crazy to see those waves crash up against the side of the bridge like that. The side of the pier. That's all the strong winds. If I pull up my radar here. There's some pretty strong winds that are heading up the bay and pushing the water up into the bay. Just like that. We've got about 24 mile an hour winds sustained with gusts up to 35. At Dauphin Island, that's about the same thing. So we got a lot of water that is being pushed up the bay, creating some localized flooding over here. That's pretty typical for some storms in this area, but I mean, it's always just something interesting to look at. Like, ooh. You know what I mean? I think Vince is done with this setup. I think he's going home. I think Vince Whaley is done with this crap. I don't blame him. I think people are going to be really interested about tomorrow's event. And you know what? I forgot to check, didn't I? It was the 0Z run. Excuse my idiocy, chat. I am going to... Actually, can I do this real quickly? Excuse me, chat. Copy. Bottom bar stuff. Be gone. Base cams. Be gone. Paste reference. Everything is still there. Okay, cool. We're looking all right. We're gonna fix this. We're not fixing that. Cool. Is the thing gonna work? Wow. Oh, there we go. All right, it works. We're good. We've got that fixed, I think. So let's move this back up here. All right, I need to take some meme soundings of the environment. So ignore what I am about to do, unless if you know what I'm doing. I mean, that looks okay. I mean, that's... What did I just see? Yes, I'm still watching. Tomorrow morning is going to be interesting, and that's it. What about down here in the southeast? Eight Z is when things calm down. That's 6 hours from now. So that's 3 in the morning for me. Which sounds about right, honestly. That's when I'm thinking about going to bed. We'll have a new live stream up here eventually. And then we'll need to be up at 13Z, which is 10, 11 hours from now. So we'll be up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Wonderful, right? Florida. Disgusting. But kind of valid. Man, if these storms formed over land, we might have issues. But it's not. So therefore, tomorrow really is kind of just South Carolina and North Carolina, and that's it. All right, let's look back at the cell that's near Gulf Crest and Chula. The original tornado warning storm. I do not see a tornado as of this time. There is rotation there. I do not see a tornado at this time, though. Can I explain Zulu time to you? So here's the one thing I will say about universal time, Zulu time. Zulu time, all right, is the time zone that is over in like Western Africa. And the reason why scientists use it is so that way we all may be able to not convert time. It's just everyone uses the same time, so we're able to use or be on the same page for the most part. Yes, I am still watching. How to convert it for the next week, and I say this for the next week because daylight savings time is coming up next weekend. No, this weekend. This weekend. So for the next 4 days, this information will be useful to you, and then it'll change for a little bit. How to convert it is if you're in Eastern, okay? Eastern time, you need to subtract 5 hours, and you'll get what time it is. So for instance, it is 2:15, almost 2:16 Z right now. Okay? If you subtract 5 from that, you'll get a negative number. So you'll have to add 24. Okay? Okay. Everyone with me so far? Now, 2, 24, 26. You subtract 5, you get 21. 21 is military time, which means in order for you to get actual time, you'll need to subtract 12 again. You get 9. 9:16 p.m. That's what it is right now. If you want central, you got to subtract 6 hours. So instead of it being 9:16, it is 8:16. And if you can guess why it'll be irrelevant here come this weekend, come after Saturday night, Sunday morning, we turn the clocks forward an hour. Why is this information irrelevant over the next 4 days? Is because instead of you subtracting the hours that I said, 5 hours for Eastern, 6 for Central, turn the clock forward, which means we're 1 hour closer to universal time, which means now you only have to subtract 1 hour less. So instead of it being 5 for Eastern, it is 4. Instead of 6 for Central, it is 5. Yes, I am still watching. I had to pause there during my calculation so that I didn't sound stupid. I was just like, all right, I've got the math done in my head. How do I want to get my point across? And I didn't want to say some like random shenanigans. So. But yes, that is basically the gist of converting time. It's whatever at this point. It's whatever. Yes, I am still watching. All right, well, while we have the opportunity, let's go up north to our damaging wind risk is heading towards Birmingham. Strong damaging winds up there is possible. We had some report of tree limbs broken off near Tuscaloosa, even out ahead of these storms. So a lot of wind. And now you're just adding the rain and probably even more wind to it. Get some more activity. Yeah, there's a lot of times into which math can be useful beyond school. It just depends upon how you want to apply it. Or, if you are a nerd like me, quote unquote nerd, or college student like me, and you decide that you want to get into weather one day, and then you realize that you have to learn how to calculate time because we get easier that way, I guess. I mean, it makes sense to me. Math could be useful that way too. Honestly, meteorology is a lot of pattern recognition. That's really what it is. So if you can find patterns, you can calculate patterns, you'll do pretty well. Check CC and velocity over time south of Barry and Cordova. Quick spun up was unwarned. That'd be up there. Let me keep my... What the heck are you? The more you know, I guess. Let's go check that. You said Barry and Cordova. Right there is Barry. Cordova is where? Just gonna go back in time. It'd be down there. It could very well just be wind damage. That's what it did. I don't see anything that would tell me that is a well-defined velocity couplet for tornadoes, but... yeah. All right. It looks like the main stuff has went through Biloxi already. It looks like it finally went through. There wasn't really a whole lot. That was the good news about it all. The main storm went north of the coastline, which is pretty cool. We'll see if that continues for folks that are downstream and down I-10. But Gulfport and Biloxi, you guys are good. You guys are pretty good. Still watching the cell near Gulf Crest and Chinchula, though. This is definitely a supercell embedded within the line. I'm curious to also see... Ignore the template. It does look like it is riding the 3 Cape axis. Although there is barely any there. There is a very small amount of 25 3 Cape. And there is some vorticity. That is it. It is expected to uptick soon, apparently. But it's hard to say. What computer do I use? This is my pre-built, or not my pre-built. This is my built computer of a 24-core AMD Threadripper and a 2060 NVIDIA graphics card. GeForce. I need to upgrade that graphics card in order for my computer to be able to just live longer. Actually, let's put on this. There we go. By the way, a lot of you guys probably saw that Aurora. I Aurora chase. Alright, I chase my own storms. I do my own stuff. It's pretty cool. I wish I could document every single one. But I do what I can. This severe thunderstorm warning that is southeast of New Orleans expires in 5 minutes. So people who might be curious about that, realize that Louisiana, almost all of Louisiana, will probably be done and over with. If you're in Slidell, New Orleans, Hammond, Houma, Morgan City, you guys are good. All right. If you wanted to go to sleep, you can. Don't worry about it, Shell. Don't worry about it. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bibb, Perry, and Dallas counties. So the storms are starting to march its way further east. Really? Yeah, the Lightning are gonna win. They're gonna beat my Jackets, unfortunately. We just had a crappy start to the second period, a crappy start to the first period. So, we do not deserve to win that game. Do 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 do. Look at Twitter real quick. What the heck? That is some down bad stuff that I just saw. Sheesh. Yes, we are still watching, technically. That tornado warning for the cell that was in Gulf Crest has now been canceled. It is now expired. It is now over with. Ish. But there's probably a new area of rotation that's developing here. Near Wilmer. This weird area of convergence. This weird spin up. Kind of strange, if I do say so myself. But still, a few severe thunderstorm warnings. They're definitely out and about. I want to see. I believe we have some sky cameras somewhere. Okay, I lied. Maybe not. Pascagoula. Oh no, we do have a camera over here in Pascagoula. So let's keep this on here for right now. In Pascagoula. Any rotation near Prattville and Montgomery at this time? Right now, no. You guys still have a little bit before you guys get your storms. All right. I think we are getting to another low part of the stream for right now, which is good. Which is good. We could become partially productive. So while you guys watch whatever is on stream, and hopefully the stream functions, or you watch whatever is on your screen right now, this camera out of Pascagoula, we're going to try and make sure that we get all this other stuff fixed. Copy. Bottom stuff. Delete. Goodbye. Face cameras. Goodbye. Paste reference. Look at that. That's all working now. Good stuff. Bottom stuff. Goodbye. Face cameras. Goodbye. Why is my sub count out in the middle of nowhere? Goodbye. Put that up. Boom. We have all that fixed. Look at that. We're getting there. Okay. So now, chat, we need to figure out. All right, I cycled through everything works properly. So now we need to kind of figure out that blue little area right here. You see this blue little area? I need to figure out what to put in there. Because I want to put something in there. I just don't know what. I just don't know what. I don't know what I'm putting in there. I have no idea. Wow, this camera is making me. You know what? You know what? Mayhaps. Good enough. Good enough, chat. It's a live camera out of Pascagoula. Storm reports? At first, I liked that, and then I thought about it a little bit more, and I was like, probably not. I will say, though, I think it might be a good idea for us to make that a little bit smaller. Make that a little bit bigger. Ah! $60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Cool. I wonder if use it for when you said the cam is located. If I can automate that, that would be pretty cool, but I don't think I'd be able to. Any rotating areas? The only real rotating area that I see, scratch that. It's not there anymore. I don't see any real ones. Maybe the supercell that is north of Monroeville, like elevated supercell. That's near Vradenburg, Beatrice. That's really it. Speaking of which, where's the tornado? Yeah, the tornado risk, once it passes Pensacola, doesn't seem to be all that gnarly. But still an expansive tornado risk, nevertheless. There's been a few today. It's been exactly what I thought it was. The strong tornadoes were on the low end scale of strong, but it happened. It happened. It happened. All right, so I have a couple of ideas. Had a 10-hour day today, so thriving and figuring. I just check in on the shenanigans. Yeah, this is as QLCS as you can get with embedded supercells. But the embedded supercells were earlier on, and now we only have one. And also the return of Waynesboro, Mississippi. I'm sure you know what that means. Because it happens every single Dixie event. Every single one. I kind of want to know how many tornadoes have occurred in Wayne County over the past 5 years. Does more helicity from 0 to 1 kilometer mean more severe weather? No, not always. All what 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity does is it tells you how much streamwise vorticity there is in the lower portions of the atmosphere. You need a lot more ingredients to be able to determine how strong total severe weather can be, because helicity is only just one ingredient. Or really, it's actually an oversimplified ingredient, but that's another topic. Looks like Pascagoula is definitely getting their showers now. What about the storms in the water? They're impacting fish. That's what I can say about the storms in the water. All right, we are locking all of the bottom stuff. Sheesh. Just a little breezy. What does helicity do to storms? Helicity impacts the tornadic capabilities of storms. So it's basically how much wind that veers constructively to a storm. It's basically what that means. That's funny. Okay, so this is like 2,000. One 6 2. So 8. Bullet. 8, 10, 11, 90? Something like that. $11.70 sounds good. That's about half and half. It's been a slow day, but it's been an interesting day, Michael. It's been a slow but interesting day. We've been living here. And we are going to be living here. It's a place from Forrest Gump. Mobile, Tillman's Corner. Yeah. It's just in this around area. Just this area around here. Nothing new so far. That's the good news. Check out the storm that's heading into Birmingham now. Is that an embedded super... Well, we might have a little bit of a spin up that's just to the west of West Blockton here in Alabama. This would be southwest of Woodstock. Don't be surprised if there could be a tornado warning for Bibb County and Shelby County here in Alabama. At least I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of strong damaging winds moving on through, but not severe damaging winds moving into Pascagoula. At least it doesn't look like it. But it still looks kind of crazy. Yeah, there could be a little bit of a spin up. It is definitely possible that there could be a little spin up. If you're in Birmingham, stay indoors, stay away from windows. You should be fine. Just let the storm pass. Anything new for Georgia? Nope. Everything has been on track. Still don't see any. Yeah, it looks like it gusted out. So maybe not a tornado near West Blockton, but instead some very strong damaging winds localized. Could be stronger than 60 miles an hour. Could be 70. Ooh. Ooh, son. All right. So we need to figure out what we're adding to that blue bar. I think it could be possible for us to add the viewer count thing. But let's fool around with it. Let's see. That's not bad. That's not bad. $22 between Birmingham and Jasper. What a downpour. Yeah, I don't doubt it, honestly. Strong, gusty winds within that line, just in general. You can look above me here. You can see this line is heading into Birmingham. And just 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. There doesn't really seem to be anything more than just that, unless if you are south of 20. Like south of 20, south of Lakeview, south of Bessemer. West Blockton, Alabaster would be the areas that I would watch for maybe an attempt at something tornadic. But otherwise, it's mainly strong damaging winds. Where's this video taken? This is in Pascagoula, Florida. Or not Pascagoula, Florida. Pascagoula, Mississippi. Goodness gracious, my brain is fried. Pascagoula, Mississippi. Does it look like the Panhandle could still get some real bad weather? I will admit it is starting to downtrend a little teeny bit. Maybe not as strong as it once was thought. But it still looks like you guys could get some bad weather. It's possible. It's not super widespread, though. Some areas could, some areas may not. Well, there's another supercell. This would be our next storm that we would watch for eventually areas near Gulf Shores and Pensacola and Fort Walton Beach. It'd be this thing. It's off the coast. This will eventually make its way east. Actually, I think it might head more towards the Dauphin Island area. South of Mobile. Probably like Fairhope and Daphne. Real quickly. What's going on in Peachtree? So I do think you guys could probably see some... I'm assuming this is in Georgia, by the way. You guys could probably see some strong damaging winds. Maybe could see a spin up over there as well. I don't see anything more than that, but you'll be getting your stuff sometime after midnight. Say around 2 in the morning. At least I believe it is. Let's see. Let us double check. Yep. Around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. in the morning. You see a small debris ball? Where would that be at, if I may ask? You know, just reminded me here. This camera that's over here in Burlington. Can't see what's over there. This camera that's over here in Kansas City. Can't see anything over there either. So that kind of sucks. Oh, that's Storm Runner Media. We can't use that. We don't have enough money for chasers. Sheesh! This is a live view of the snowstorm over in Stanton. Stanton, Nebraska. Visibility is so low you can't even see anything besides the snow. Is the storm as strong as it was in Oklahoma? Yeah, I think that's a reasonable comparison. I think the ceiling is a little bit higher than what it was in Oklahoma, though, but I think that's a reasonable comparison. Yeah, that's pretty cool to look at. Kansas City tornadoes? Nope. You guys are just getting wind and snow. Wind and snow. This camera has been offline for a little bit. Keep this camera here. It's in the eastern portions of Pascagoula. For the night, you covered your legend. Yeah, no problem, Funky Monkey. Hope you have a good night. Hope you have some good sleep. Thankful that nothing really happened near you. That was indeed good. Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, monkey, that funky monkey. See you, Roddy. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah. Doesn't look too crazy here up in central Alabama. Some good strong wind gusts, though. This will probably continue all the way through from the central portions of the state to the eastern portions of the state. So do not be surprised if areas like Gadsden, Anniston, Talladega, Montgomery probably see some strong damaging winds. Do not be surprised. Is a spin-up tornado as bad as an EF4? Nope. Usually spin-ups are weaker tornadoes. We're talking like EF0 to EF2. There's been some instances to where they have been stronger to like an EF3, but they're pretty good. Hello from Northwest Indiana. Been a while since had a chance to actually watch the live stream. Well, welcome back. We haven't really been starting to live stream until mid part of last month, so to be fair, you haven't really missed too much. Not on this channel, at least. About Bayo Labatre? So you guys are expected to see some storms here relatively soon. I would say within the next 30 minutes. It could very well be severe. We could be talking about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But we will have to see. I really do think this storm could try to end up be severe, or at least it could try. It's got a special marine warning for it. I wonder if they put out for water spouts as well. Yes. Capable of producing water spouts. So. This other storm that's near Pritchard doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation with it. It has a weird looking hook, but that's pretty much it. I promise you, it just looks weird. But yeah, we'll be here for a good bit. How long will I be covering it? There's a good chance we probably will be covering these storms all the way until they get to Atlanta. The only problem with that is, however, is we'll need a new stream by that point. So we'll probably have 2 separate streams. If these storms end up losing their severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll start a new stream. And then we'll be able to have our night shift. Because I did mention before, chat, I did give a guarantee last night that we will stream all the way up until these storms pass Atlanta. So. That is what we shall do. But definitely could see some spin-ups over here near Dauphin Island and Bayou La Batterie if these storms try to intensify. Do I think they will issue a tornado watch into Georgia? To be honest, no. I think if they issue anything, it'll be a severe thunderstorm watch. But I wouldn't be surprised if they did issue one. I wouldn't be surprised. But I don't think it. I don't think they will. I really wish that Alabama's traffic camera network was way better than it is. Because it's just kind of... It's not the greatest. All right, all right, all right. How do you pronounce it then, Freedom? Is it Bayo? But I definitely don't think it's Bayo. Bayou. Is ML Cape and 0 to 3 kilometer ML Cape surface vorticity what you look at the most in mesoscale analysis? I wouldn't say it's the thing I look at it the most, but it's definitely up there. I look at a combination of things. Oh, I don't doubt it, Kennedy Kai. A lot of strong wind out in front of it. I see this weather station that's over here. This is Milton Whiting Field. Is this supposed to be like a I don't know what this is supposed to be. Oh, it's a naval air station. Gotcha. It's a naval air station. So at the naval air station here, north of Milton, we've had some wind gust reports that have been pretty high up there. We're talking 47 miles an hour. So that's pretty tough. Some strong gusty winds. Lot of wind in general. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of wind. BU? Bayou. Because I don't think it's Bayou. Bayou. That's what I remember the most from the internet. I'm lying. Bayou. I thought I've been saying Bayou. Probably said Bayou a couple of times. I thought I said. Oh well. Oh well. How long does that severe thunderstorm warning last? I guess if you're trying to talk about which specific severe thunderstorm warning. I keep saying Bayou. Well, that sucks. That does indeed suck. Bayou. I guess I'll have to reprogram my brain. So these severe thunderstorm warnings will last for another hour or so. They're probably going to issue more severe thunderstorm warnings for eastern portions of the state. At least, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. The first one. Are you talking about the furthest southern one or the northern one? Or somewhere in the middle? Is all I should expect in Southwest Virginia wind? Yes, pretty much. I don't expect anything more than that. If you get more than that, it might be a little spin up, but that essentially will be just a stronger bit of damaging winds. The one in the middle. Okay. The storms that are over here in the middle. Montgomery, Wetumpka. You guys are on the outside portions of the severe thunderstorm warning. This is more for areas that are on I-65. I-65 from Fort Deposit all the way up to Jemison. So this is Chilton County, Autauga County, and portions of Louds County. You got yourselves a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that will expire in 55 minutes from now. Some of these other storms over here, moving through Birmingham. This severe thunderstorm warning for Birmingham ends at 9:45. And then this other one that's on the southern side of Birmingham ends at the top of the hour as well. So it's just a big line of storms Huge line of storms that are moving on through. It's marching its way. Yeesh. As I said, corn, it's not the only thing, but it is one of the things. It's definitely one of the things that I use the most. How bad do I think Wetumpka could get? About the same that what it is right now. It's just damaging winds. There could be an attempt at a spin up, but I doubt it. There's not enough energy to really go that far north. But I'm going to reorganize my radars here. Any tornado warnings? Not at this time. A lot of storms also going into the northern portions of Alabama as well. I'm going to open a new radar. Put it over on the Huntsville radar. A lot of wind from what I see. A lot of wind. Ooh. So they got the camera up at Pascagoula up and running. So this is what we have here. I think if we can also figure out, this now might be a great time for us to figure out what else we can put on that blue bar. See what we got. Some widgets. Background color. So would it be like that? Yeah. It would be kind of like that. And then we take solid. Fade in. Cool. I think I like that. Now we get to organize our stream again. Miss anything, Taurus? Nope. You really didn't. We've gotten to the part of the stream to where I am organizing my bottom bar. Yep, sounds good, TRG. Hope you get a decent chase out of tomorrow. Hopefully you stay safe as well. Give me a second here, chat. I am... So that's whack. What's the point of live scan on radar? I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I think it's just more visually appealing for people who are excited about getting a new scan, I guess. I don't know. Sounds good, TRG. Should be early in the morning, because that's when storms really kind of get off and do stuff. Probably like 8. Sheesh. I'm glad he's excited about that. I'm not sure I like that, chat. How long have I been studying weather? Well, I've been officially on this YouTube channel for about almost 6 years now. We're kind of just out and about looking at weather, trying to make sure you guys get the information you guys may need. It just fully depends upon if there's stuff there. The good news is there isn't at this time. So there's not too much to talk about, not too much entertainment. A lot of people honestly can go to bed. We might actually turn the stream off and then turn it back on for when it approaches Atlanta. Or maybe even sooner than that. It probably could be sooner than that, so that way we can just, because we made a promise. We made the promise to people who were in Atlanta. We were going to stream for them. We're going to do it. Yeah, I don't care for the recent activity. Yeah. We can go back to our stuff that's down here in Mobile. These storms that are moving on through the Bayou La Batterie, Dolphin Island. Maybe some damaging winds are possible over here. Don't see anything too tornadic at this time. Did you miss anything today? I was too busy recording the dust storm. I don't think you missed too much. Oh. That doesn't work, unfortunate. So just for the blue bar, the time in different time zones, Central, Mountain, and Pacific. That's not a bad idea if I can get that. I'm not sure I can, but that's not a bad idea. Oh, speaking of time, we need to move the time. There we go. All right, I think the time has been fixed. I think it has been fixed. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Just change the title to Nate struggles to find ideas for the blue bar. Ha, I would. I would indeed. Probably not right now. Opinion for storms from Milton. Definitely some strong damaging winds. That's what I see as of right now. It's hard for me to see anything more than that at this time. It's just, things gotta go little bit better for the storms in order for us to be seeing some more tornadic activity. But it is definitely capable of doing stuff. It is very windy out in front, I will admit. We had a wind gust north of Milton at the Naval Air Station of 47 miles per hour. I mean, that'll do it. Sheesh! Sheesh. How do they decide to draw the shapes of the warning areas? They're always such odd shapes. It's fully dependent upon the jurisdiction line as to where that is in between the two warning offices, as well as the direction into which storms head off towards. I am not going to show you all my buns again. No. No, no, no. That's pretty funny. We might try to get a little spin up here, but we're going to watch. We're not going to say anything too much quite yet. All you guys need to know is I made hundreds of people look at my buns live on stream. That's all I gotta say. Oh boy. Wow, the snow has covered the camera in Kansas City. That'll do it, huh? Bryant Reed, what's up? Lamau. Oh, jeez. You're not chasing tomorrow? You're not going to Eastern North Carolina? You're not going down there? I'm just kidding. It's valid. It's not. Not happening. There's a camera over here Is this Gadsden or Gainesville? It's Boaz. This is in Boaz, Alabama, in front of these storms. This will be something to watch. Well, if anything, this line of storms is going to move right into our camera. So we will have stuff to watch. We will have stuff to look at. Any Western North Carolina cams with interesting weather activity right now? That's the one time I made it almost to Wilmington for my first chase. That's the one thing about storm chasing is the drive home. The drive home is always bleh. I remember driving home from chasing Isaias with Ethan. You're storm chasing that. We live streamed that too. And we went to Toms River, New Jersey. And then as we were coming back, it was just kind of wonky. Stream is bugging. You're not the only one that notices that. That's a severe thunderstorm watch. So if that tells me I need to go to bed anytime soon, I don't know what does. Oh boy. Yeah, there's your severe thunderstorm watch. So not as much tornado stuff the further north you go, but further south, maybe. Do not ask Morgan about Junction. 12 hours of our life. Jeez. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my gosh. Anyways. Off for tonight. Totally forgot you have an algebra exam. Yeah, you're gonna need to go get some sleep. I appreciate you being on for as long as you have been. I appreciate you. There was a freeze 2 to 3 seconds. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it just absolutely kind of did that. Did the stream end? Did it? I don't think it did. Yeah, it buffers a lot. I don't know why. Refresh. We're good, chat. We're good. But yeah. So this is our live camera out of Boaz, Alabama. Yeah, it works. See, the live stream still works. We always have complications with our stream, right? It always does this. Definitely a lot of thunderstorms out in the distance, though. See, the stream kind of functions. It kind of functions. Well, that's good. Tighter rotation south of Mobile. Well, those would be the areas to watch. Yes, yes, we do have a little water spout that's going to try and develop over here in the bay. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised about that at all. Just lagged again? Yeah, honestly. You know what might be cool? If we can turn off some of these cameras that we're not using. It might be good for the computer. It just might be good. It's possible. It ends the stream on our side and then gives the next video recommendation. Did it to me 2 times now. Then it's probably something we might have to end the stream and then just start a new one. It might be the way to go. So I say let's do that. Or chat, you know what might actually be better? I'm going to go live for when the storms approach Atlanta, or when they become a little bit, well, no, this thing is still rotating. What I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream and then start a new one. I'm going to end the stream and then start a new one for you all. Sounds good? Sounds good, chat. Sounds good. I'm going to end the stream, start a new one. I'll put the new link in the chat. What I will do actually is I'm going to set up for 10:40 schedule. And then what I will do is I will pull this over here. Go on to YouTube. Go on to my YouTube studio. Content, live, upcoming details. And then what we will do is we will upload our thumbnail. So that way we just have it. Upload. Save. Customization, slow mode, 15 seconds. Save. All right. So the new stream The new stream that we're going to have, chat, is going to be here. Boom. It'll be in that link. So if you guys click that link, we'll get that set up here. We're going to have to end the stream first before we get to that stage. So stay tuned here, guys. We'll be here very, very shortly. All right. I will